Making some final preparations and adjustments. Good evening, everybody. Hope you're doing well. We are just about ready to get underway. Make sure everything here looks good. Hey, Shift. Yeah, I agree. I love them. Coviers, good to see you. Hope you're all doing excellently. All right. Looks like we are good to go. OBS looks good. Everything looks good. You can hear the menacing soundtrack in the background. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, whatever it is for you, wherever you are. Thank you all for being here. I'm the voice, and this is the Echo, where everybody has a voice. Me, you, our games, our characters, our memories, our heroes and villains, successes and failures, in all things sci-fi and fantasy. This is a place where we come together to enjoy those things alongside some challenging gameplay and a chill environment with awesome people. Thank you all for choosing to spend some of your time here today. So we'll be continuing, obviously, our XCOM UFO Defense, Hardmode expansion, Superhuman Ironman campaign, and yeah, it was a brutal one on Saturday. Last week was obviously a little bit tough in just the regard that I was dealing with getting over COVID, so I know my gameplay wasn't top notch, and I'm sure that some of the losses we took were contributed to by that factor. But what's done is done. That's how we roll on Iron Man. We just got to take it as it comes at us. We lost two of our inarguably best three soldiers. Our best three soldiers, just based on pure stats and performance, were Bitasparks, Wartang, and Ragnarokia the second. Unfortunately, Ragnarokia the second and Wartang both died doing the base assaults on Saturday. And the second base assault, where Wartang perished, we didn't even finish the base assault. We had to pull out. So not only do we not complete that mission, but we lost 10 or more soldiers there. 13, I think, total, actually, because we left with 4. That also means we lost the flying suits, we lost the tank, we lost the drones. We can't repair them. We've got to rebuild them. So we took a pretty big hit. Thankfully, we're economically okay. We're going to reach the end of this month with money to spare. Not a ton, but enough. And that's good, because had we taken this kind of loss a month or two before in game time, we probably wouldn't have been able to recover near as easy, if at all. So we've definitely got our work cut out for us. We are in the very final stages of the game, in that we are researching the Avenger right now, which will get us to the best armor. We pretty much already have the best weapons researched. It's just a matter of getting the Avenger done, getting one built, and then finalizing a crew to go to the final mission. And we definitely want to be prepared as possible for that, because that mission is a one and done. If we go to that mission and we fail because we are playing on Iron Man, the entire campaign is a loss at that point. So, without me rambling too much more, thank you all for being here. Let's jump into the game. So, we've got 27 and change million, that is 27 million and change. Our monthly deficit that we're operating at is around 22 million. So we're covered on that. If I remember correctly, and I saw it briefly when I loaded in before I went into the base to pause the game, essentially, we have a lot of small craft on the ground that we shot down right at the end of Saturday. We started doing some of those recoveries, but we're likely to do a lot of those recoveries right now to just bolster our finances, because while we do have about 6 million extra or 5 million extra, we're about to have to spend a ton of that to rebuild the armor, the drones, and replace equipment for the crew that took a heavy loss. So lots to do there, but yeah, let's take a look and see. So yeah, lots of ships on the ground. In fact, not all small ships, actually. These guys landed at a terror ship, but... or did they complete a mission? Because I'm seeing 0 HWPs. So I'm thinking all their drones got popped. Yeah, they did the terror mission. That's right, we had a terror ship on the ground and they did it. So we've got an excavator, a sentry ship, an excavator. I believe this is a supply ship? No, this is a large scout. This is the supply ship. Okay, so we do have a crew en route to the supply ship. That's Thunder 1. They're short one crew, but I think that's because that's the base that took the losses. And let's take a look at our second craft here. We took everyone off because we used this ship to tank the terror ship when we shot it down. So thankfully they only took a little damage and they have all their fuel. But this is the base where we lost almost everybody. Obviously you can see that based on the fact that it's essentially all rookies left. Yeah, and it looks like we're still rebuilding. So this crew's not going on any missions anytime soon. That's a little bit obvious, it would seem. So this crew is out right now. They're on that mission. This crew was the one that landed, and I believe... Are they the one en route? No. So this is them. No, that's Thunder 3. Okay, I've got another craft out. There it is. It's one of these that must be returning. Yeah, Sky Striker 2. So I think they landed at the terror ship, and I redirected because they didn't have all their armor and stuff equipped. But we'll get this crew squared away if we have the ability to do so, and we'll start sending them after some of these ships. We want to get as much of this money as possible. But looks like we get to start off with a mission pretty much right away, because that's the first thing that's going to happen. So this is a Muton supply ship, or Muton Elite supply ship, most likely. So shouldn't be an overly taxing mission, but yeah, we are operating with a fair few rookies because of the losses. I don't think I'm going to want a blaster launcher on this, even if there's like ethereals present, so we're just going to go ahead and ditch those for now on the few people that have them in hand. I think it was just 2. Maybe it was just 1. I thought I had that layout on 2 different people. You know what? The other one could have been wounded or killed. It's tough to keep track of these days, so... Alright, so we're looking right at the supply ship, which is great because that means the doors are... We can address them by just lining up by our ship, which is on the map edge. Okay. Well, that makes that easy enough. Probably the best way to get a supply ship. And we're in a corner. Okay, very cool. There's probably one in here. Wow, I'm surprised there's not. I'm happy. But yeah, the game definitely likes to put some baddies right in the buildings close to where you know, right near your ship. So that you got fun stuff to deal with right away. I just ran that drone out of time units for smoking, so we're going to pull it back. And pop smoke here. Now, I can't motion scanner on turn 1 because the enemies won't have moved at all, but given how close we are to the ship, I'm not going to leave the craft on turn 1. I'm going to wait and just extend some smoke a little bit further. Which is a strategy we generally haven't utilized much recently, but at the beginning of the campaign, it's pretty much every ship. You wait on turn 1. You don't want to get out there because the aliens have full time units on turn 1, so they reaction fire, they get free shots at you. But with the drones being able to instant smoke, instead of having to wait for it to pop, you can get out there on the first turn and usually do okay. Sometimes you do lose soldiers, it happens, but that's just how it goes. This one's still, these 2 still could get shot by something over here. But let's hope that doesn't happen, because scouting is the important factor to keep us in the fight. That's pretty much what we, you know, have seen as a pretty common theme, not only against bigger craft, but also on the base assaults. You lose scouting early, and you have a really difficult time getting back into the fight because you have to risk soldiers to do scouting duty, and yeah. So none of these doors got opened. We did hear doors. Oh, well, that's what I mean. Super close. Looks like we were just out of sight range, though. Yeah. Let's get that turned on. The scumbag counter. And tack our first one on. Excellent. Okay, just had to make sure. Come with an analogy. Staring down an armored sectopod is kind of like staring at your dad holding an F-graded test in your hand. Yeah, that's not a bad way to think about it. The sectopod's not really mad. He's just disappointed. Alright, so there is another one further in, and then the movement back here is just my soldier. Okay, I'm guessing it's upstairs, because we've actually seen that quite a few times. But yeah, there's one either here, or I guess it could be on the other side of that wall, but that does seem less likely. Frosted Fire! Thanks for the 1 bit. Thank you for that. Alright, what do we got? We shot this shit down, yeah, so figure the power supplies didn't hack it. So, don't see a dead body there, but that's not uncommon with stronger aliens like the mutons and muton elites, that they'll survive the crash. Or it's more accurate to say that they survived the power supply popping. It's not the crash. It's not the crash that kills them. It's the explosion from the power supply. Well, he's not going to get a shot there, so with a shotgun. So nice. Not as nice, but that's okay. I guess I should have been careful. There's definitely a possibility that there's one back here in the corner. They do like to do such horrible things. Do you have a shot, or is the corner of the building in the way? You got the shot. Oh, 1 hit. Take it. We use the snipers for these ones that are... Is that all I have for snipers? Like 3 people with a sniper rifle? Okay, I've got 1. I've got 2 all the way in the back. 3 all the way in the back. I was like, I know I had more snipers. Looks like the positioning is just different. Cool. 3 down. I guess I didn't count one of those. Let me get him counted. Not enough time units. I should have looked. They were probably only like 1 short. But thank you all for tuning in. I hope everyone's having a good week so far. It's obviously fairly early in the week for most of us, but I'm hoping it's going to continue to be a decent one for everybody, and thank you all for choosing to spend some of that time here. We're just kicking off the week. This is our first stream of the week, so hopefully we have a good week. What am I saying hopefully? Of course we'll have a good week. Right up until next Saturday. Nah, Saturdays are just when we have more time, so we tend to take on the bigger missions, which means Saturdays tend to be a little more risky. But, we gotta go for it. Can't just let the scumbags keep having their bases sitting all over our planet. That's just not cool, man. And the first one, we did have some losses, but we did take it out. So the second one arguably should have been easier because it didn't have ethereals or chrysalids. But we just had a bad deployment and lost a few scouts early, and it just kind of snowballs, which generally happens when you do a base assault. They either go fine most of the way. Well, you have 1 turn, generally around turn... Why are you doing that, mouse? Generally around 10 or 12 turns in, you have a turn where a lot of soldiers die in 1 turn. And it just seems to be the case every mission we do, every base we do. And if you withstand that turn, you do okay. And if you lose too much there, that's it. So, we lost too much on this last one. Alright, well, I need rookies who are not rookies anymore, so... Nice job, Rook. That'll be number 4 down. Let's see if the rookie can bag a double kill. Nice! Well, he's not a rookie anymore. That will be a squatty. Decent stats, nothing that stands out at an immediate glance. Okay, he does see another one. Okay, that looks like that's a sniper target. Mostly because I don't think anyone else is going to have a chance of hitting something that far out. Through the fence. Gutierrez proving that giving him the sniper rifle was a decent call. Yeah, this one we're just going to have to kind of bait him to come back around because I'm not going all the way out there. I guess I should scan. See if anything moved off the ship. It doesn't look like it. Let's go over here instead of back towards the building. Keep this one close for scanning towards the ship. Okay, so there's one in here. Yeah, he's got to be upstairs or else we would have seen him. And there he is. Okay. So what we can do here, or we can try to do here, let's pop through the wall. You're gonna want to shoot the bad guy, though, please. Hit him. We got to remember that our soldiers are, in large part, fairly low tier again because of the losses, so can't expect overly much from them at the moment, as it were. We might actually be able to get this with a shotgun. It's pretty close. He tagged it, but no kill. Do I have another auto? I do. Another rookie. Okay, you drop down. Chance to get a rookie a promotion and some stats, and they blew the chance. But again, new soldiers. It'll be difficult. Alright. That's a kill, though. We've got, you know, the best armor or best weapons available with the strongest ammo, so killing these things shouldn't be overly difficult, even as tanky as the Muton Elites are. They're not, you know, they're not the Muton Elite guards. So, seems like Coverage III will likely make it to Sidonia. It's possible. At this point, he's definitely one of our highest ranking soldiers. So, we will see, we'll see what happens with that. Okay, I just want to make sure this is clear back here. I'm almost positive it is. Yeah, it's completely clear. Okay, that's good. Given that they're a little bit exposed there, even though there should be smoke between them and the enemy. I don't really trust this game on stuff like that, especially with the shenanigans it's pulled with the smoke previously. Get our snipers lining up towards the door. The doors, I should say. There's two of them. Alright, look this way. And then I have one more sniper there, and is that it? 5? Okay. I feel like there's another one somewhere. I feel like I counted this already, but not seeing a sniper in anyone else's hand. Oh, duh. Right here. It is 6. I'm just stupid. Now, we may assault this craft directly. We may go onto it and assault it directly, because we do have shotgunners, and heavy plasmas do fine in close range, but every time I do that, you know, we wind up losing soldiers, and it feels like it's really not worth it a lot of the time, but Bogomil up here to start. We'll scout the rest of the exterior, obviously, before we worry about going into the ship, and we'll see how we go from there. Been itching to play again since Saturday. Taking some big losses on Saturday just makes me want to get back in there and kind of recoup from it. So glad we're back to Tuesday and we can get to streaming. We're likely to have a Friday stream this week. I can't guarantee it yet, but we're very likely to, and that means that we may wind up being live Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. But as soon as I know about Friday, for sure, it will be posted in the Discord. And we will post on the Twitter the day we go live. So if we are live on Friday and you don't hear about it or you're not in the Discord, you'll know then. Hey, Kutaki, good to see you. Hope you're doing well this evening. Nice. One shot. Alright, what do we got? Anything? I doubt there's any more over here, honestly. There really shouldn't be. I know that there's still one hanging around over here that we probably need to get eyes on. There's my other drone. Nothing else in this building. Okay, I'm gonna smoke in front of this drone. Do not feel like replacing a drone right now, so keep it under concealment if we can. And then this one, I pulled Bogomil up here. This one's gonna go over here and try to scout. Hey, look at that, we got a door boy. He's coming outside. Hey, Kutaki, we got a new hype emote, too, with the sub emotes that we got in there. So... Oh, come on. I don't know, Frosted. You'll have to tell me. There we go. Alright, so I think that one came out from the interior of the ship based on where he was standing. I think there's still another one over here. Kutaki, upping that Prime subscription to 4 months. Thank you so much for that continued support of the channel, brother. As always, thank you very much. Well, there you go, Frosted. There you go, Kutaki. Get that hype emote. That might not have been the one from outside, because that guy had a small launcher in his hand, which is usually the medics. Okay, man, they're just loving being over here, which is fine by me. Ah! They missed everything! Dude, they look so awesome. I can't wait till we have enough subscribers to have even more emote slots. Like, that's the primary reason. I don't care. I mean, I care about the subscribers, don't get me wrong. That's amazing, and the support for the channel has been awesome, and I hope it continues. But I just want more emote slots, because they look so damn good. I want to order more. I'm already working on the next batch, the ideas, and obviously people have mentioned a number of great ideas for more emotes, too. It's just a matter of having the emote slots, because we don't have them right now, and that only comes with subs. So I don't often do it, but if you guys are enjoying the channel and you really want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button. Thank you very much. And just remember, the most important thing all of you contribute here is just the time spent here. Hey, Orbital. Hope you're doing well. Nothing more meaningful to me than the time you guys choose to spend here. So I want to continue to grow this amazing community and meet more new, amazing, awesome XCOM fans and gamers and just all kinds of people. What's up, dudes? Shooting at these guys is dangerous because it's very likely they have time units for reacting. I might be able to pop this guy from out here if I can find a decent angle. That's not going to be an angle. It's actually going to have to be, like, here. That might have an angle to shoot him. Olsen double tapped it. He's a tanky SOB, so he lived, but I'll take the hits. I don't think I'm going to move any more snipers over there because then I'm going to be fighting with... They're going to be bunched up at the base of the ramp if I move too close too quickly. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Are we at 9 or 10? My count... Oh, there's 2 on this spot, so 10. Okay, cool. Count's correct. Let's roll it. They are really moving around inside that ship. Are you kidding me? He had vision there? Wow. I'm almost positive it was just a rookie, but a lot of our rookies are named, so I'm not happy about that either way, but I can't believe he had vision there. Like, that's a lot of dense smoke. Maybe, you know what? I probably needed to re-smoke and didn't, but hindsight and all. Yeah, for sure, Kutaki. I know you've been, you mentioned 7 days, and I saw you playing, on Discord. It showed you were playing some Final Fantasy. Wish I had the time right now, but, yeah, I've said it, you know, I've talked to you a couple times about it, obviously. We're just cranking time into the stream here and continuing to grow this awesome community. I know that if we continue to grow amazingly as we have been, then in the future we'll have time to play all kinds of games on stream. Even some like Final Fantasy and even maybe 7 Days, stuff like that. So, we'll see. Alright. So I've spotted 2 on the exterior. Seem apparent that I need to re-smoke so that it is fully dense. Pretty sure that rookie he bagged a couple kills already, too. Or squatty, whatever he was. They perform, they die. That's how it goes. When do I get to yank an ethereal and make it no-clip into the back rooms? I don't know, we'll just have to see. We'll have to see what we can make happen. Ethereals will be taken on ethereal basis pretty soon. So I got 2. This drone's probably going to die to this one. Unless it doesn't walk out. This one didn't see our drone, so shouldn't know it's there. But we know how the game approaches stuff like that, so. Why are you... I didn't even tab out this time. My mouse was just on that edge of the screen. Sorry when it does that, guys. I try to keep it from doing that, but... Okay, we're doing a little bit of crossfire here, but I think we're good. Yeah, cool. No motion scanner. That's right. This crew's a little bit short on equipment right now. Oh, come on! I even sidestep into the spot, and it still gets the shots off. I guess it's because I wasn't turned facing the door. Alright. Saturday wasn't enough, game. You gotta come at me like this. Alright. Okay, that guy's out, but we don't have any shots. I'm gonna have to send soldiers over here to kill this one, most likely. Or wait forever for him to walk all the way around. I'm gonna shoot through this building to shoot this one if I can. Okay, that's 2 spots. I'm gonna shoot from the same spot so the angle's the exact same, hopefully. That'll work. And then, oh, wow, so the other one was actually still in here. Okay, well, open the wall for him. That was a good shot. I think we have an emote for that. Why do you have to take out that? Come on. The other guy took the shot without issue, but then he's like, no, I need to take out that section of wall. But why? You shouldn't need to. That's annoying. I can't get any shots on this guy, so I'm gonna need to move a couple soldiers all the way around. You know what? Scroll up, mouse wheel. You did it once, you can do it twice. No point going around, you got the flying suits, just go over. So we'll start working our way up and over to try to address this guy, and probably this one as well. This drone needs to get out of that guy's field of inquiry, as it were. Hey, Union, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Oh, wrong button. Nothing in this building, right? Please click the scanner. Thank you, game. Alright. These snipers are just basically on door duty. Let's, not let our current commander get shot because of stupid smoke mechanics. Oh, I guess I don't need to throw smoke. This smoke just went off, and that's gonna smoke the door. Should be good for a couple turns of smoke, then. I meant to move that drone. It had time units to get out of the way. It'll probably get shot again. Wow, I'm very surprised and lucky that it lived there. Movement on the ship. Well, we know this guy's here, so, but I'm gonna have to keep tabs on him until we do kill him. No chance you have a shot that you could force through there, huh? No, you're just gonna hit the ship. Okay. Well, drop a smoke. Hey, Gleaser, good to see you. Yeah, everyone's a red shirt right now, and, well, all but a handful of soldiers. Hey, Zarnia, good to see ya. Alright, so I got 2 more. This guy's the bastard that killed Bogomil. Excuse me. Still a little bit of a cough and irritation left, but we're healthy and ready to slay the scumbags. Ugh. Yeah, stand there again, ass. Alright. We should have an angle to get a shot on this guy. I just have to find it. It's going to involve getting closer to the ship than I want to. Yeah, we may not, because we'd actually have to get, like, over here, and I just don't feel like that's a good place for us to be, so we're not going to do that. We're going to wait here. We'll pop the door next turn and continue to scout that scumbag. Might as well get everyone off craft and into the fight. I do love those new emotes. They are really good. Very, very beyond happy with how they turned out. It's not that I didn't expect good work. It definitely exceeded my expectations in a great way. Stand in the spot where your buddy died. That's a smart move. Stupid muton. Okay. I'm thinking that's probably the same one that was visible in there, but wow, there's just no good path. The fence is solid, so I gotta come all the way back around to get this drone back here and scout. And I already moved you and scout. Okay, here we go. Roll it. Ah! Wow. He's trying to sneak up on us. Now this will be a little dangerous because I'm pretty sure this thing's got time units to shoot if he doesn't die. He didn't turn around, so... I think this is the best place to get a potential shot on him, so... Come on, soldier. Damn it. I can't say that I have, Gleaser. He wanted to be alright. Ha ha ha. Clever. Very clever. Where did he go? Yeah, I'll stand there. Leaves that soldier a tiny bit exposed, but not sure that's gonna matter. They have the time units to react to the door if something walks out, so... He wanted to be left alone. Ha ha ha. You're killing me. Don't go dropping frames, OBS. I ain't got time for you tonight. None of that. Alright, well. They did smoke here, so they should be non-visible to this guy, but he is relatively close. It's just that they're higher up, but that's still only 3 tiles accounted for on the height. Okay. Them going berserk and panicking is a very good thing for us, so let's hope they keep that up. Well, we know he doesn't have time units because he berserked, so... Very nice. Movement on the ship. No movement over here. I think we cleared the exterior. Hey, Rag. I don't think I can trust the smoke drill with fire safety anymore. While on the floor, I'd be worried XCOM would smash through the room. Yeah. Okay, I really need to get shots on that one, because it keeps posting up in the same spot, so maybe it's worth moving out here and trying to get him. There's no visibility here. Yeah. So he's got no shot on us. Okay. Problem is, okay, I was like, that soldier's got too few time units to get over here. Only one, but he needs 95 attempts. Yeah. There we go. Okay, so that gets rid of that one. That's a lot of the numbers for this ship taken down already, because like 21 is near max, if not, well, I think 24 is the most we've ever seen on a supply ship, and we've already killed 17, so... Old bad name, 2. 1 to throw a smoke grenade and 1 to miss the 95%. Yeah, that's very accurate. I should have moved the soldiers on the roof of the craft back towards the front so they can help with the final scumbag mopping. I feel like that's still upstairs. Yeah, I feel like it's going to take him a couple turns to get down here. No line of fire, because he can't fire over this broken wall. Okay, game. That makes sense. It doesn't. It doesn't make sense. So we saw that movement indicator, which means he either came down the lift or the drone had vision of him moving on the lift. Is the floor blown out? No, it's not, or else we'd see. Interesting. Yeah, they are short. Right on top of us? No, he's at the top level on the lift. Okay. Kind of expected. So we'll have smoke here, and I think I already did this, but because this wall stops smoke, you actually have to smoke inside to create dense smoke between you and the lift. And even then, they still get vision sometimes, which is annoying, but if you want to go into the ship, kind of necessary. Not kind of, I would say, imminently necessary. At least if you're doing this. Did I put all rookies on this side? They got a squatty with them, they're fine. And is my other drone just hanging around over here somewhere still? I don't even remember. There it is. Let's pull it back over here. Alright. Why bother smoking the ship? Just get a good megaphone and assert dominance? Yeah. If only. Then they just come down the lift and start chucking grenades at you, so it doesn't exactly work. Not how you want it to. Okay, so if he's on the lift, we should be able to potentially kneel from here and shoot him. I seriously have to be one tile closer. I misclicked and forced that shot. I was trying to click onto the alien. There was a spot over here that had a really good ability to spot and damage those aliens on one of the ship assaults we did on a supply ship, but I don't know the exact positioning for it, and it's probably not worth worrying about. Alright, we're gonna give it a couple turns, let them come down if they're going to. It's almost turn 14, too, when they go aggressive, or they get your location and generally go aggressive, but it does seem to vary a little bit based on what type of scumbag they are. That definitely looks like a place we should be able to get a shot on. Yep. Nice. That won't make them happy, but makes me happy. Straight up. Yep. He's gonna keep hanging out there for a couple more turns. After this turn, I should smoke again just to be sure that it's covering us, because, well, as we know how the game is. And smoke grenades are a lot cheaper than soldiers. I should have scouted it. I had the time, you know. So that's one on the cargo deck who won't be moving for at least 2 turns, because he berserked this turn, and next turn he'll probably just stand still as well. We've killed 18. How many more are there? Not many. Is that the one who berserked? I guess it, yeah, he shot to the wall over here, so, okay. I guess that tracks. He should come down next turn. I wish you could hear the grab lifts like you hear the doors. Same one? Almost definitely the same one? There's 2 over there. Or else there's one upstairs standing in almost an identical position. That actually seems to be the case. There's one up here. Jeez, come on, scumbags. I don't want to be here all day waiting on you. Let's go. Wow, he missed his shot and we got a reaction, but he might shoot again before the turn's over. Okay, he didn't. So, yeah. It looks like the smoke is still dense. He was able to get close enough because it's an enclosed space. Thank you for landing that. Finally. Alright, what do we got? I'm thinking the remainder are upstairs. Yep. So one of those will be my drone, and then another one that has to be above him. Well, I guess actually it could be down here. Yeah, kind of like that guy is. Yeah, you see him from there, but you can't shoot him from there. Well, you'll take the shot. Does that mean you're actually going to hit him, though, or you just give him the wall? Ha! One pellet hit the drone and knocked it down. Whatever. I got this drone. Come here. Okay, step here. Okay, so it is on the top level, the other one. The other pings that we saw. Let's actually kneel. It makes us a slightly smaller target and increases our accuracy, which is good. We're gonna get you, Muton Elites. Tuesday's the day we do fine, because it's the first day back. Well, we make a couple stupid mistakes like that, or misclicks, but then everything else goes swimmingly. Okay, so it's still on the upper level. And unless I open this door and see one over here, it's upstairs too. So they're on the command deck. And they may wait till turn 20 to activate unless we go past a certain point. If you have advanced movement turned on, advanced movement options turned on, and you hold control, that does your sprinting and your sidestepping. I think advanced movement is in the battlescape options here. Or alternate movement methods. That's the one. Enables strafing, running, and independent tank turrets, so you can rotate the turrets on a tank without moving. Basically, just holding control once you have this option on. So, for sprinting, as an example, if I'm on a soldier, and I want to move them here, normal movement would take 25. If I sprint it, they use one less time unit per square, so they can get, you know, 25% further, but it uses a lot more stamina. And then sidestepping does use more time units than just regularly turning or walking, but I don't know the exact numbers off the top of my head. And I don't pay enough attention to it. I really should, but I don't. See if those two upstairs start moving towards us, or if they keep doing this crap where they're gonna try to make me come all the way up to the top. Because that's not cool, guys. I don't want to do that. I do not want to do that. What am I doing here? Alright, so he's moving down this corridor towards the lift. That's a good sign, at least somewhat. Maybe he'll actually come out here. Okay, I need this drone over here, though. Benefit of sidestepping is it allows you to continue to face a certain direction. So if I have a soldier who is, say I am gonna, you know, say this door's open and I'm standing here. If I step here regularly, the soldier turns and steps and they're not facing this way. So if there's an alien here, they get full reactions on the soldier. But if the soldier is standing here and I sidestep, the soldier's reactions, this counts as a mutual discovery of the alien, so it doesn't immediately get a reaction shot at you. It's the mutual surprise rule. But if you step there and you're not facing that direction, you're not surprising it, so there's no mutual surprise, so it's able to react immediately and shoot you. Which is what happened with Bogomil here. If I had been facing the door flush and I stepped him in front of it, he wouldn't have gotten shot. Because he can see the threat and then back away is the presumption. But because he was facing a quarter turn to the right, he didn't see this alien and reveal it, so it got free shots at him. And unfortunately, that was all she wrote for Bogomil the second. Yeah, your side armor's also weaker, in almost all cases. Yes, that is a good point as well. That's why I left the drone in the middle, because if something's gonna get shot, you know, drone expendability and all that jazz. Now that guy only shot once, and I don't know how many time units he used to get into position, so I'll shoot with the people that are further back first. So no indicator, so no vision shared, so no reactions from him on shooting. And in fact, what I'll do is I'll move back and shoot from here. Oh, come on. Perfect. Yeah, so it's actually seems to be efficient too as well. I'm not seeing movement on the ship. That's my 4 downstairs. Yeah, that's my 4. I don't see any other movement on the ship. Are you telling me there's another one outside somewhere? Oh, I kind of left a soldier just sitting here in the air, huh? There's a possibility that there's an alien out here somewhere that I didn't find, but that just doesn't seem right. But the motion scanner's not finding anything. I guess it could have stood still over the intern. There we go. Okay, so straight up here, so it's coming down towards the lift now. I'm gonna put this drone over here. Might cost me the drone. Better the drone than the soldiers, so... Yeah, they managed to squeeze a chrysalid on this mission. And, yeah, I wouldn't be happy. I think that'd be a really good idea from, like, a game design standpoint to just occasionally have random chrysalids tucked onto missions just to really screw with the player, even if it's a mission without civilians. You know? See, losing a soldier's one thing. Losing a soldier to zombification is always worse. It just never feels good. Okay, so he's on the lift upstairs. Down, shoots the drone. Alright. Reaction shot and a kill. Okay, we lost 2 soldiers there that we shouldn't have, but it happens, so. Hey, Kuro, good to see you. Good increases. We should see good stat increases because most of our soldiers are very low rank, so. Bogomil and an unnamed. Hey, Wartang, good to see you. Boom, boom. Just checking a couple things on OBS because it's been acting a little bit funny. Want to make sure everything is running properly tonight for everybody. Looking okay now? Okay, just want to make sure it's running well. Okay, you're pulling back in, you're going back in. This craft can't do anything for a while. And that craft is going back in, and it looks like it needs to be restocked. Yeah, they did the terrorist site, or the terrorist ship recovery, and lost a few soldiers. Okay, so they must have pulled off of that in order to repair something. Yep. Okay, all our ships are in. Let's see what we're dealing with. So just lost 2 soldiers. I didn't want to have to hire soldiers right before the end of the month because of paying them, double dipping into paying them, but especially now, because if I hire them, yeah, I'm just gonna have to wait, even with these ships up. The one time in files that had a hole directly above the Sky Ranger supply pile and a mission in between turn, a Cybermite dropped down from above and got reaction fire and exploded. Yeah, that's tough. I don't think we made quite that much in that short of a time, but it's definitely possible. We made a lot, but we sold a lot of stuff. Like, a lot of stuff off. Damaged flying suits needing to be repaired. I gotta check smoke and all that too, so... These guys probably don't have anything to sell because they didn't go on a mission. Okay. Or no, they did, yeah. Oh, man. I need soldiers here too. Need soldiers everywhere. Well, these guys look to be ready for a mission, so we'll probably send them out on one. Okay. Let's see. No soldiers to add. They've got to repair a drone. Everyone's in armor. Oh. I came in here to check one thing specifically. Smoke grenades look fine for a couple missions. And manufacturing here needs to get on top of it. Repair support drones. Alright. How long is this thing gonna repair? Okay, only 22 more hours. Good. That thing took a beating from a ship. Hey, Catalog. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well tonight, my friend. Laser cannons can probably stop. Research on the Avengers got to be... Okay, it's in good status, which means it shouldn't have much longer to go. They're repairing there, and they are good on smoke and should be good on drone pellets. Right? Just, like, if I could just be like, just auto-ship me 100 smoke grenades to every base every 3 days. Like, come on. At least that would give me something. Alright. So, if I'm gonna be sending that ship out, that Sky Striker, they need to refuel, but they can still get anywhere. They're gonna be coming from here. And I want to hit these sites in the daylight, so I'm going to need to wait a day. Muton. These should all be Muton Elite. Okay, there is one ethereal ship in there. Okay, so we'll go after one of those Muton Elite ships. Exactly! I want a subscription to the smoke grenades. I'll use my Prime subscription on it. How many, you know, just add it up and send me that many smoke grenades. Press here for smoke. Mm-hmm. Yes. Absolutely. Okay, so they're... So there's 3 drone scanners here, and 10 motion scanners. Okay, so what I want to do is this. Equipment. I want to do motion scanners. I want to do 10. I actually don't want everyone on them. I want 80 people on them. And then I want med kits. Everyone else to make 20. Okay, so timing's still off on those. Get them closer to each other. Obviously, I could just have one be done and then shift the people over. But motion scanners seem to go on the quicker side. Vesta Rob, thank you so much for that follow, and welcome to the Echo. Thank you. And welcome. Hope you're doing well tonight. You would love xcom and its secondary ammo weapons, smoke launcher on demand. Yeah. Alexi, order smoke grenades. Alexis, can you place another order for smoke grenades, please? Hey, Echo, order me some smoke grenades. Hey, Siri, what's the nearest place I can buy smoke grenades? Smoke, indeed, the smoke. Okay, so these are closer to each other. 2.5 days to build all that crap. But it's necessary to get us outfit. AlexCom, yeah. Here you go. Hey, scumbag.com, can you order me some smoke grenades, please? Okay, they repaired the one drone that they needed to. I've got enough money over the deficit that I'm going to start repairing armor. I was waiting on repairing armor because it does cost a lot. 100 grand or so every suit. And it takes a while. Ethereal doing alien research in Northern Africa. Now, I'm going to say no to that, and I'm going to shoot you down. Okay? No hard feelings, bud. Smoke grenade on Amazon is actually cheaper than in-game, only 25 bucks. I believe that. Based on your browser cookies, we think you'd be interested in a new C4 model that spreads smoke over a very large area. Cookies recommending places to buy new smoke grenades. Getting pop-up ads for smoke grenade sales. Getting pop-ups that are like, are you addicted to smoke grenades? Find help now. Call the 800 number on your screen. No! I'm gonna put a plasma beam on this thing, finally. Are you or a loved one addicted to buying and using smoke grenades? Help is easy. It's just a phone call away. I'm not addicted. I could stop at any time, okay? I just don't want to. I don't have to use smoke grenades, okay? Chill. I'm not addicted. I can stop whenever I want. God. All right, so whichever one of these was on the ground first is the one we're going to target. Okay, so 177. We'll target that once daylight passes this base, because then we can fly there and be almost sure we'll get there in the day. You can get free help. We're about to hit the end of the month. Is that... Wait. Legitimately? That's our score? Ah! Ah! Oh, we're not going to hit 20 grand score, but we've gone up another month in score. That's finance, but... Hold on. Wait, no, that's finance. I want to be looking at score. Well, that's good. At least we're going up in cost. No, that is our score. What am I talking? I was right. Yeah, that's our score. It's our maintenance that has shot up as well. Look at that. Our score and our maintenance. Keeping a pretty even trajectory with each other. Just a sniff, it doesn't hurt. Jerma, you're getting people addicted to the smoke grenades. Look at our expenditures. Oh my god. Holy crap. Our expenditure numbers. That's quite heavy. And our income is dipping. Yeah. My brain was just not calculating that, CAD, that I was already on. Because this is the only one I ever look at, is the score. It just surprised me that we're going up a lot again. Especially considering we completely bungled a base assault and took some negative score on it. Okay. I thought I already repaired those. Can't wait to get these guys in reinforced flying suits. It's not that far off now. And good to see you, Jerma, and everybody else. Thank you all for choosing to spend some time here tonight. Whether you're chatting, whether you're lurking, whether you're a regular, whether it's your first time, thank you all for choosing to spend some time here. We're going to have an awesome week, and we're going to get very close to the end game this week. I don't know if we'll be finishing the run this week, but I would say I kind of doubt it, just based on the fact that we have to recover our crew. But it's definitely possible, especially if we get a bonus stream in on Friday, that we could be nearing the end game by the end of this week. So we're definitely getting, like, as far as the end mission, we're in the end game. But we have to get a crew of soldiers that are ready to go to Sidonia, and that also means figuring out what we want to do with our final, so the Avenger can field 26 cargo space. Do we take 4 drones and 22 soldiers? Do we take 2 drones, 2 tanks, and the rest as soldiers? Do we take just 26 soldiers? And yeah, gotta figure it out. So we've been trying to reach you concerning your smoke grenade extended warranty. You should have received a notice in the mail about your smoke grenade extended warranty eligibility. Yeah. All right. Let's deploy Sky Striker. I see a craft popping up here. We're just using upgraded drones, right? Not really. They're far less effective scouts than drones. Wow, they're trying to retaliate because we shot them down. That was the wrong ship. Fate Station, Retaliator. UFO 649. Well, at this point, we should just go till we see UFO 1 grand, right? Come on. I love this music. Where you going? The party's down here. Come on. We're having a party over here, you stupid fighter. That's the type of craft it is. It's a fighter craft. You only see a single window. You know it's a fighter. You got wrecked, son. Sit down. We're gonna miss a number of these ships that are on the ground just because my crews are not recovered from Saturday yet. Ah, an ethereal supply ship. See, now the interesting thing is I might be able to shoot that down with a firestorm. And I might really just start doing that occasionally. We've got plenty of Illyrium. Oh, the firestorm's over here. It's getting repairs though, so it hasn't refueled yet, so... that is going to touch down at this base. There it is. And we're not going to that, because our only... Hold on a second. Are they at... Did they fly... They're at night. Patrol. Wait for daylight. Yeah, our only crew that's ready to do a mission is this one, so... They're, not able to respond to this supply ship, but that's fine. Mostly the supply ships are just about the money and a little bit of extra Illyrium you get. Okay, so this is a smaller crew because it is a Sky Striker, and it's a lot of rookies and squaddies. I think the two highest ranking people are 2 sergeants. So, but I don't look at this, yes, we lost some great soldiers, but I see this as an opportunity for new soldiers to rise up and shine as the elite. So... That's the way I'm justifying the losses in my head so that I don't get mad about them. Because that was another thing that Saturday accomplished. You know, we've had a couple moments in the stream so far playing XCOM. XCOM is a frustrating game. Everyone knows that who plays it. And if you don't, it's a frustrating game because it's so difficult. But I've done a pretty good job of not really letting myself get too upset at the game. And that's one of the things that comes from playing it on Ironman for so long. You have to just take the losses because they happen and there's nothing you can do about it. So I don't tend to get too mad at the game too often, but on Saturday with, I think, being sick, my mental ability to stave off being mad at the game was not near as strong as it normally is. So not only did we suffer some big losses on Saturday, but I also did not react as calmly as I normally do, which I think some people like that. You know, some viewers like watching a streamer get a little frustrated, especially if it's a game that frustrates them a lot, because then it, you know, it's a camaraderie, it's a schadenfreude, you know, joy in someone else's pain as well. But it's not really the thing I'm going for. So didn't really keep my cool as much as I wanted to on Saturday with the losses at that. Mostly the second base assault. The first one was bad because we lost Ragnarokia there, but the second one, yeah, that tipped me into, okay, now I'm annoyed. And I don't really want to do that on stream, but it just goes to show XCOM is brutally difficult and punishing at times, even to quite experienced players. But it also reinforces what I've said before. I don't begrudge anyone who doesn't play on Superhuman, and certainly not anyone who doesn't play on Ironman, because it is not for everybody. Scumbag counter on. Alright. Can I get a shot at this guy? I think I can. Actually, probably here from the back door again. Wow. He survived the shot. I don't believe it. Vash the Snake is on a sniper for his second or third time on a sniper. See if maybe this one stays alive for more than, like, a mission. Nice. Meanwhile, I'm hating my life doing organ grinding and mansion missions and X-Pirates. I mean, you know, XCOM isn't a game you play, you know, because it's easy. No matter what mod you play, no matter what version you play, you know, no matter which XCOM game you play, none of them are easy. Even the new XCOMs, especially on Classic or Impossible or Legend difficulty, they're not easy games. And they punish you. And that's why I really like them. I don't enjoy easy games anymore. I did, and sometimes if I just want a casual game, something to just kill some time, I'll play something that's easier, or that doesn't demand as much out of the player, is probably the better way to think of that. I was looking at the mods for Terror from the Deep, though, because in the future, as I've said before, we'll definitely be coming back to both the classic XCOM titles, UFO and Terror from the Deep. This mod has kind of become my go-to for UFO right now, so we'll probably see this mod again in the future, but hopefully our next playthroughs I'm better, because I've learned a lot, hopefully. But Terror from the Deep, the best big mod for Terror from the Deep is the World of Terrifying Silence. So I was checking out the mods and the updates on World of Terrifying Silence and, you know, other mods that are posted on there. And I saw like 5 different mods that were like XCOM made easy, easy mode XCOM, you know, easy TFTD. And I was just, I don't begrudge anyone not playing on a hard difficulty, but like, I guess that's a way to enjoy the game if you're not good. I don't think you have to be good to play XCOM on a harder difficulty. I don't think it's about skill. I think it's mostly about patience. And I guess not everyone has patience for a video game. They just want to enjoy it. So, I try not to be judgmental. Obviously, you guys can infer whether you think I am or not when it comes to games, but I'm going to crank them up on the hardest difficulty almost every time and see what happens. So if you like that, stick around. Because after this is an Enemy Within, Impossible Ironman run, and then after that is probably XCOM 2, but we'll see how it shapes up going forward. And the mansion has 5 floors with more doors than you can count. I don't like the sound of that, Gunder. I could argue that XCOM 2 or 1 is easier, but it punishes you a lot harder for losing soldiers. To the point of a squad wipe is basically GG. Classic XCOM, you're expected to lose soldiers. Yes, CAD. I would say that because your soldiers are so much better in the new XCOMs, because they're heroic units, the game can feel easier. But I think in the late game, I think early game, it can still be very difficult. But, like you said, if you lose a soldier in the new comms, it is way more impactful because they are heroic, powerful units. Whereas in Classic, I mean, we lost our commander and we lost 2 of our best 3 soldiers last Saturday, and we're still going. And we're doing okay. We're recovering. You lose 2 of your best 3 soldiers in Enemy Within or XCOM 2, you're going to have a bad time. But it also means that if you play on Iron Man like I intend to and like I do, you spread your squad out. You level up more people. If you're playing casually, you can get through classic XCOM Enemy Within with just 6 soldiers. You never have to recruit any more, especially if you're not playing on Iron Man. So yeah, easy. You gotta have to play in the way that nets you the most rating and money and order to ramp up. Otherwise, you get ditched. That's true. You do have to kind of optimize your play, especially in the early game, so that you have enough credits and enough meld to do what you want and need to do. That's definitely true. That's true. The early fights are lower scaled, but on Impossible, you know, it's extremely easy if you make one misstep to lose a soldier or 2 on even your first mission, when it's your first 4 soldiers and they're all rookies. The one thing I'll probably do for the new XCOM games when we start our Enemy Within run is before I start the run live, I will probably run the first mission just to make sure I have at least 4 decent starting soldiers. Because it's important that you have, you know, at least a somewhat of a foundation to build off of. And if you get 4 starting soldiers, because I will be playing with Hidden Potential and what's the other one? Not Created Equal. I will be playing with both of those second wave options on. And essentially what those do is not created equal. In Enemy Within, if you're playing it on basic settings, all your starting soldiers have identical stats as far as will and aim, which are the two stats that are tracked in the new comps. And then Hidden Potential randomizes their stats leveling up, whereas, again, if you're playing it base game with no modification, they all gain the exact same amount at each rank. So there's no diversity in your soldiers. So I will be playing with the options on that diversify their stats, but it does mean that if you run your first mission and your first 4 soldiers all have garbage will stats or horrible aim stats, you're going to be operating at a really big deficit to begin with. So I will probably run the very first mission just to see if I have a decent crew, and then everything from then on will be just whatever the game throws at us. So basically I'll, you know, essentially save scum the start until I get 4 at least decent soldiers, and then I'll run the first mission and go from there. If any of them die, I'll probably just roll with it, because that's part of it. But, so, and people who are familiar with Enemy Within will understand what I'm referring to, but those of you who aren't, it'll be, it's definitely different than classic XCOM, but we've talked about it a lot on stream. I do enjoy the new comms quite a bit, so I am excited for that run. And with the fact that the soldiers are so much more heroic, you guys who do wind up getting named in that run will have some truly badass characters. So, well, potentially. You don't all die. There are other ways to deal with it depending on the mod. If you have bad accuracy, normal melee is an option in mods. Same for other disabling tools. Yeah, I won't be playing with any mods. It'll be a vanilla run the first time through, and then we'll come back to it in the future and probably do a long war run. But our first run will probably be a vanilla run because, I've said this a couple times before, a number of the members of our community, that's a nice shot. A number of the members of our community are not familiar with the new XCOM, so we want to introduce them to them before they, you know, without any mods. That's what that emote was made for, when we land a nice shot. I love that emote. That is one of my 2 favorites. I like them all, but of all the ones that were created, that's definitely one of my favorites. Yeah, I think it makes you think about the fights in a different way than you would in classic XCOM, because one argument you could be made with classic XCOM is that you don't actually have to be that tactical or think that much, particularly on the lower difficulties. You can just throw soldiers at the problem until the problem is solved. You can't do that in the new XCOMs. You have to be a little more thoughtful about your approach. And each move, because you have so many fewer soldiers in every fight, one misstep can be the whole fight over, because it triggers a pod, which triggers another pod. They set up an overwatch. You've got a guy stranded outside of cover. Someone gets flanked. Stuff like that. So that's why I like Phoenix Point. Yeah, more involved. Absolutely. More involved and more systems that are more akin to classic XCOM, which makes sense given Julian Gollop was directly involved with Phoenix Point. You can shoot at terrain and at specific angles, which is not something you can do in new XCOM games, which are less tactical. That's fair, to a degree. I like them. I like them for different reasons, like I said, and I think they challenge you in slightly different ways while still feeling like XCOM. So, but yeah. I do like one of the options that's in second wave for the new Enemy Within was aiming angles, which adjusts your aim percentage based on your actual angle to flanking the opponent. That's a nice one that I've considered maybe turning on as well. Alright, so we've killed 3? Is that all we've killed? Or 4? Is it 3 or 4? It's just 3, right? No, it's 4. Because we killed one over here. Okay, so 4. There's like up to 18 on an excavator. And I forgot. I thought this was Muton Elites. I forgot this was Ethereal, so I'm definitely slow-stepping through this mission. You know, I never really played Jagged Alliance much. I remember it vaguely, and I remember playing it a little bit, but I think it was just a little early, or I just didn't find it until I was already into some newer games, so I never really got into Jagged Alliance. But a number of people in the channel have mentioned it, so it's one that I will likely look at as a possible one for the game, or for the stream in the future. But, you know, I don't want to promise anything that I can't be sure I could deliver on, so we'll just have to see what happens. Slightly dangerous move coming up here to the roof without as much scouting, but oh, no line of fire because of the trees. This is a really crappy map for a damn excavator, too. New XCOM is I like, but it feels too Murica at times. I can understand that. But 2 is a lot better. Well, that makes sense. That happens with a lot of games. You know, one of the games that I do want to play, I've talked about this a couple times in the future, and it'll be a departure from XCOM or XCOM style games. But one of my all-time favorite games is Final Fantasy Tactics. I've talked about it a lot. I've mentioned before, you guys can see that a lot of the like channel headers and stuff on the stream are Final Fantasy themed. And I think it'll be a great bridge sometime in the future between tactical strategy games like XCOM and tactical RPGs, which I love. Like, you know, it'll be a bridge between tactical and strategy games and RPGs. And then, yes, the hard mode Gundaro, that's what I was just getting to. The hard mode mod for FFT is one I've played through once, but haven't had as much time. But that's one I definitely want to play on stream in the future. As a bridge towards more RPG games. What I was talking about a little while ago, and I've talked about multiple times, of enjoying games on the harder difficulties, I think is one of the reasons I haven't played as many RPGs in the last couple of years. Is because RPGs can be difficult, but generally the difficulty is, they're not made to be difficult. RPGs, at least story-based RPGs, are made to be atmospheric and tell a story. So that's why tactical RPGs I really like, because it can tell an RPG-style story with the difficulty of a tactical game. Ogre Tactics is one of my all-time favorite games. It was one of the first games I ever owned on my PlayStation, was the SNES port, because I never had it for SNES, but I did get the port when it was ported to PS1. And I still have 2 copies of that, and they're 2 of my favorite and most collectible games, too. So Ogre Tactics is great. Ogre Battle is a good series, too, and very much deeper in its tactical leanings than I think some people give it credit for, because it seems a little bland at its surface level, but there's a lot going on in that engine. And Ogre Battle 64 was actually an incredible game. Person of Lordly Caliber. I remember playing that game forever. It's not difficult if it's not from Atlas, and it's not... Yeah, yeah, that's fair. But that's not to say that I have to, you know, the game has to be difficult for me to like it. It just tends to be that if I play a game that's easier, I tend to optimize playing it a little more than I probably should. Just because that helps up the involvement factor or the difficulty. Persona spin-off is easier, and that, you know, that's one series of games I've never really gotten into, was the Persona series. My brother was talking about them, and they've enjoyed the series. Whether they've actually played them or just read about them, I don't know, because that's what they do sometimes. But I never really got into the Persona games. I didn't have anything against it. I just never had the opportunity, really. Or took the opportunity, I should say. But yeah, in the future, we'll see some RPGs on the channel. We'll probably play through a lot of the Final Fantasies at one point or another, because I love the Final Fantasy games, almost all of them. We'll play Vandal Hearts. We'll play through the Suikoden games, which are some of the greatest ever made. In fact, Suikoden Tactics is a great game. The Fallout games, I'd love to see those on the channel at some point. So much stuff. Easier games tend to be less engaging unless it's mechanically deep. Yeah, for sure. force you to be strategical, which is something RPG players are not used to. Ironically, as normal RPGs allow you some way to brute force through everything. Exactly. So RPGs tend to feel a little easier because, like you said, you can just kind of make what you want to have happen. So, as you said, brute force it. I can talk. I swear. But beyond RPGs and things like that, tactical RPGs, you know, I want to play some roguelikes on the channel in the future. You know, Faster Than Light is one of my all-time favorite games. Darkest Dungeon. And the Darkest Dungeon 2 comes out in October. I'd love to play both of those on stream at some point. Total War Warhammer 2 right now, because 3 needs work. But Total War Warhammer 2, another great game that I love, and a style of game that I very much enjoy. I don't like all the Total War games. The Warhammer ones knocked it out of the park for me, because I'm a big Warhammer fantasy fan, so. Star Sector is great. I have played Star Sector. Very good game. So, lots to come. So if you're enjoying the stream and you like the thought of any of those games we've been talking about, or XCOM, which will always be featured on the channel, and you haven't already, hit that follow button. Join us. That didn't kill him. That drone probably dies. Yeah. I kind of walked that drone forward without thinking about the fact that I'd thrown a grenade at that ethereal, but I couldn't guarantee he was going to die, so. Chaos Gate, yeah, we talked about that the other day. Hillhome, who is another streamer and also a member of our community here, and an awesome guy. He streamed Chaos Gate not too long ago, and yeah, it looks really good. Definitely one that I would like to see and play when I have the time. But yeah, roguelikes and roguelite games, very much enjoy. Wow. It's really good you have it? Yeah, that's awesome. Definitely one I hope to get to feature and play. I don't think they have a line of... Never mind. Joyce, if you're here, you got a shot and a kill. Very nice. Someone asked the other day if you could smoke on top of a tree. I chucked a smoke grenade up there and it landed at the base of the tree. So I think that answers that question. You can't actually land a smoke grenade on the top of the tree. At least not based on that single moment of testing it. So he didn't see the one that was up here when he rolled over that same location that he was standing before. I need to spot this one. Too many good games to play? Yeah, there are a lot of them. And that's why there is a game suggestion channel on our Discord. So if there's a particular game you guys want to see, mention it in that suggestion channel, and then tell your other, you know, fellow Echo members to get in there and react to it, because that will be something that I look at in the future if we're kind of looking for a game. You know, if we come to the end of a game and we want to know what we're going to play next, or if we start doing something like playing 2 games at once and kind of intermixing 2 playthroughs, when we need to find the next game, that's where I'm going to be looking to see what people are interested in. So definitely get in there and get involved in that if you want to see a game on the channel. And if other people are reacting and a game is getting a lot of traction, we'll, you know, if it's a game I'm interested in, we'll see it on the channel. And if people start putting Apocalypse in there and reacting to it like crazy, I might just have to veto that channel out for a while. I'm joking. Eventually, I'd like to give Apocalypse a try on the channel. When that'll happen, I have no idea. But eventually. Probably if Open APOC ever gets done in a not super far distant future. That's likely when Apocalypse would see some time on the channel. But I ain't gonna guarantee that, so. The closer we get to the ship, the bigger the chance that we start dealing with psionic attacks. As if on cue. I mean, I think that's, we've talked about it many times as well. Apocalypse is a 50-50 for most XCOM fans. You either liked it right away or you disliked it right away, and there's not a whole lot of middle ground usually for XCOM players. You know, it was either like, yeah, I like Apocalypse, or no, I do not like Apocalypse, and there's not a whole lot of, I kind of liked it, or, you know, yeah, I enjoyed it somewhat. No, most XCOM players either yes Apocalypse or no Apocalypse. Not a lot of Apocalypse maybe happening. I just misclicked and I was way off of, like I wasn't even on the right level to shoot that guy. Alright. Let's try that again. Thank you, soldier. I'm not going to get a shot on this guy, I don't think, because someone would have to be on this line. You know, I guess maybe from here. Wow, he's 1 time unit short of the aim shot. He's got the angle, he just can't get it under the overhang. That's fair. I said that I didn't think that shot would happen anyway. I'm debating how much I want to try to go into this shit because of psionics. But, I mean, everyone should be relatively high on psi strength. That's the primary stat we filter by this late, so... Poe's only got a 78, and I'm pretty sure he's the one who got pinged over the end turn, so let's just keep everyone a little bit safe from Poe at the moment. Oh, Ragnarakia the Third is on this ship. Wait a second. We're saved! No need to fret, we've got Ragnarakia the Beast! Man, I was... freaking Rag and Wartang dying on Saturday, man, those hit hard. Those were the two. We've had some tough losses, and if anyone lost any great soldiers that were named after them in between, don't get all uppity, but those were the 2 most impactful losses we've had since Becerra and Commander Haynes died. Those 2 were the big ones. I don't know about that, Rag, because we'd have to lose every other good soldier we still have left, and I don't really want that to happen. Because you're only like a squatty, so I hope you don't make Commander again. As bad as that sounds for you personally, you don't have to make Commander to get your stats back up to those amazing levels. Okay, why is OBS kicking frames? Sorry about that, guys. I just saw that it kicked like 1,000 frames. I don't know why. Well, my ISP's been acting up lately. I'm just going to blame it on them for now. Sorry about that if there are any stream lags or interruptions. It's not on my end. It's definitely on my ISP's end. But yeah, rank isn't important for your stats. So you can cap out on your stats without ever being a commander. And that's the most likely thing to happen for you now. So... okay, so there's not a lot of them left, because that happened fast. Like, that end turn went super quick. Alright. So it looks like the one that was out here went back inside. Where did I put my other drone? Oh, up on that little hill. Okay. So 1 ping will be my drone? 3? If there's only 3 or 4 of them. You know, I should probably go from the top, but I feel like they have a pretty good advantage shooting through that big roof opening as well, so maybe going through the smaller door is actually better because it minimizes the exposure we have to them. Of course, we could also get shot. They can come off the top and over the edge, so I guess we'll have to leave soldiers in 2 positions. Hellraiser here is, we gave him, being the author of this mod and having done such a great job on it, we made sure to give him a top-tier rookie. So, he should perform quite well if we keep him alive. I should say if he stays alive. It ain't on me to keep all of you alive. Because I've given soldiers a chance before where it's like, hey, if you land this 88% shot and kill that alien, you live. And then they miss the shot and die. That ain't my fault. That's on you at that point. Rag got a pretty solid soldier as well, befitting their redemption and their status of being our previous commander. Hey, that's one of the good things about the new XCOM, at least for you guys from a standpoint of being named or involved in the missions in the game, is all soldiers can eventually reach the top rank, because the commander is the player and is referenced as such. In Enemy Within, in the base game, is it Major? I think is the top rank that a soldier reaches, but I might be wrong. I don't think it's General. I think it is Major. But maybe it is slightly higher than that. But yeah, they go up through the ranks, and that's how they gain new skills, actually, because they have like RPG-style skill trees, essentially, which I really like. Because you get some RPG aspects in your XCOM. Major then Colonel. That's what my brain wasn't getting to. You're right. Colonel was the word that my brain was not remembering. Yep. Thank you, Shift. I knew there was one above Major because Major is the point in the skill tree where there's only one stat, because it's always a defensive stat to ensure that every soldier has at least one defensive metric to go off of. So my brain knew there had to be something above it, but it just couldn't remember what. Center of the lift, okay. You're lower on the psi strength than I'd like. Rag's only at an 80, which is the only, not even low stat, but the only perceivably low stat for them. It's, you know, we want it higher, but it's not exactly low. Yeah, 80 and getting targeted, so yeah, a little higher than 80 would be nice. I won't be going so far as trying to make sure that every soldier has 100. I'm counting this body, 100 psi strength before Sidonia, but having them, you know, probably above 90 on everybody is almost a requirement based on what we've seen from the psionic attacks. That seems almost necessary. Dome Reaper getting in there and mixing it up on these scumbags. That's mine, and then there's one more. I'll block the door with this drone. That way I can move a rookie up. And hopefully another rookie up. Yeah. It's like the one time I'd be okay if an alien lived through a turn, because then I could get 2 rookies to get a squatty promo off of him. Oh! He shot back, said, "Don't shoot me." We only lost a drone there. We didn't get a power supply. Obviously, we saw the explosion. Psi strength increases on 2 people. Little bit, but... Now, did someone get wounded there? Because that alien took a shot at someone right at the end. Nope, they didn't get wounded, or else they'd be showing off the crew. Nice. So that crew did a good recovery, and we've got a lot of ships on the ground, but we're going to hit the end of the month before we get another one of those. Well, I don't know. Maybe not. They are finished with their suits. Yeah, it was a good one. Nice shot and a good little mission. No losses. I'm sure you guys are happy to see that. No one's dying. We just repaired these, right? Yeah. Okay, we're about to hit the end of the month. I'm gonna let them build up some excess plasma weapons in case some get destroyed. Or they need to defend the base with more people. Okay, awesome. They finished those. And then motion scanners. I just realized that I would need to make sure that our crew is better equipped. I don't think it had anything to do with the losses we took on Saturday, but it doesn't hurt. There's a lot of ships on the ground, and there's not much I can do about them right now because of the status of most of my crews. Okay, so they've repaired everything they need to. Time to make their equipment. UK assigned a secret pact with the unknown alien forces has withdrawn from the project. Well, that's unfortunate, but we still, you know, we did okay on funding even after losing the UK, and we still have 8 mil at the end of the month. That's also our highest score ever, 19,325. If we'd have taken out that other base instead of losing on it, we'd have gone over 20 grand on our score. We saw the base build happen for the UK as well, so not surprised. We should probably go check. It's probably one of these bases because it can be in an adjacent region, but it doesn't hurt to just... It'll be an ethereal base if there is another base at all, so... Alright, it's time to hire soldiers, though. And there's the ethereal base. Hellraiser did say that it's actually scripted. The game is, this mod is rather, it's scripted to build an ethereal base every month at some point in the late game. I don't know when that starts, but it's kind of getting annoying. We're continuing our villainous nature and pulling out of XCOM like we pulled out of the USA? Yeah. Uh-huh. Yep. They did medkits just now, right? So motion scanners. Okay. Well, it's hiring time. We're gonna have to go through a lot of soldiers here, probably to get any that are, you know... I'll just do 10 here. And eventually I'm gonna have to get some soldiers to this base to defend it, because they have been scouting for it. And I'd rather not lose it. If we lose it, it's not the end of the game. It's mostly just a storage and an interception base right here. But it'd be nice to keep it online. So our score will be back to 0 at the beginning of the month. Maybe we can touch 20k if the game goes another month, which it probably will, based on research times. Yeah, they're still not done with the Avenger. Support the commander to victory. There you go. Well, we didn't find another base, at least while the Interceptor was scouting up there, so... Oh, I just dispatched the wrong one. Well, that doesn't really matter. But yeah, they didn't see the base up here in the time that they were out, which was like 6 hours. So it was probably the other ethereal base that we already saw up there in Europe, counted as the one that pulled the UK out. Alien infiltration in Central Asia. Alien retaliation in Europe. I'm gonna stop shooting down retaliation ships. Attack my bases right now. Like... Unless it's going after one of the bases I can't defend at the moment, then I'm not... They can search for me, please. Did I go after the wrong ship? I think this is the ship that was doing the retaliation. They were in the positions that they were supposed to... The other was going to. So it threw me off. Did I get that over water? No. Whatever. Once I shoot them down, I can leave them on the ground if I don't want to go to them, or can't go to them, which I'm obviously going to need to, because money's going to go south while we hire new soldiers. So we'll need to recover that. All right. I want to see the new soldiers, but I also don't want to just keep ignoring... Well, I need to see new soldiers before I worry about shit. So whatever expires that's on the ground, whatever. Just let it go. At this point. We're building the equipment we need. We're doing the research we need. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that they are good to go on equipment now. Or they better be. Oh no, they need... A lot of their equipment got blown up. That's right. So I'm going to do 10 motion scanners there, and I'm going to use some of these to build additional drones. Actually, let's do this. And then 3 more for building drones, backup drones. And then they need more med kits. I probably want at least 10 med kits for each craft. But a lot of their equipment got blown up by an explosion on the base assault. Or, no, it was just that we had to leave behind a lot of bodies, actually. And all their equipment that was on them. And we'll have to do some mind probes soon because we're going to need to identify the ethereal commander when we go to the ethereal base. Or take your pick. There's about 1 billion ethereal bases right now. Alien retaliation in Central Asia? That's the only base in Central Asia, so find me if you want. Okay, so they've done that. Let's check our armor at Havoc Station. We have any extra flying suits? We do. We have 7 extra flying suits sitting around. We're still waiting on soldiers. But all of them are in armor. Okay, so we've got enough armor here. We've now got enough equipment. 11 is fine. I'm actually going to make another one because that's going to drive me crazy at 11. Yes, I am that weird. And then these other guys can start on... Not that. Enhanced drone taser charges. Interesting. I guess those are just for stunning bigger bad boys. Now look at that. Times out almost perfectly. And these other bases are still doing their manufacturing. They're not doing their manufacturing. I wonder how long I just completely dismissed the fact that they weren't doing like anything productive. Probably no more than a day of in-game time, but still time wasted. They need armor suits. Yeah, they're gonna have to make and repair armor. I don't think they have any to repair. I had to wait until the month ended because it'll cost millions to make the armor. I'm debating on whether I want to build flying suits or whether I just want to do the reinforced power suits now. And I know eventually it's going to be power suits, so we might as well, I guess, start on them now. Not that many. Start with 10. Takes 4 days. The reinforced armor does give 10 additional time units, but obviously a flying suit can fly, which is a great mobility asset that a power suit doesn't have. So... Okay, I need to check their craft for equipment. Their drones are good. Med kits. They need motion scanners. Okay. Little busy work. Always the beginning of the month. Oh, there we go. The Avenger. So technically speaking, we could go to the final mission as soon as we capture an ethereal commander and do the interrogation line. But we're not ready for that yet. We are as soon as we have the cash, ready to build one of these and use it for a lot of stuff. But what that allows me to do is, now I need to interrogate another navigator, and I should get reinforced flying suits. So I'm not going to do a grav shield because I don't care about a grav shield. I'm going to do this Waspite navigator. And an Avenger costs 10 million in flat cash plus resources, so that's going to be fun. Why are you showing me the same ship like 5 times? Muton Elite, Alien Retaliation in Southern Africa. Southern Africa is this base, which can defend itself. So I will not shoot that retaliation right now. If they want to find me, they're welcome to. Don't care about supply ships at the moment. Okay, so they're good on armor. They're good on everything else. These guys can go to making money for the time being. They have 20 medkits on board. I think I made too many there. There's no way I'm putting them on 20 people. There's not even 20 people on the ship. Okay, so I have extras. That's probably a good thing. I've heard if you sell all your hyperwave decoders, UFOs will magically go way down. Yeah, that's a great thing, you know? If you would sell your hyperwave decoders, you'll see, like, no UFOs. It's amazing. They, like, just disappear. Okay, wait. I already checked. They're good on armor. Alien Retaliation in Central Asia. You're the same ship I've seen 6 times. There we go. New soldiers. Alright. Get ready to fire a bunch of absolutely garbage soldiers, because that's what always happens. I'm going to keep them for now, just because I need bodies, but I wish that was 80 or higher. That's a no. No. Not even close. His physical stats suck, but it's an 83. Nope. 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 This soldier's got great reactions and decent firing accuracy and absolutely crap size strength. And great music. I got one decent, neither of these is even decent. They're passable soldiers out of all that. That's all my cash. I'm gonna have to wait till I recover some cash or sell some stuff. Alien terror in the Arctic. Who are you terrorizing in the Arctic? Are you gonna land? Do I want to do an ethereal terror ship if it lands? I mean, that's good money, but it's probably gonna be at night. Stop showing me the same damn Waspite fighter. I know. It keeps going in and out of different hyperwave decoders, so we keep seeing it repeatedly, and it's annoying. Oh, look. It's another one. No, that's actually a supply ship. Fine. Oh, you know what I just realized? When soldiers showed up, they showed up at every base, and all I did was filter from one base. Alright. Okay. Hello, goodbye. Okay, that'll work. Wish the 82 was a little higher, but 80 is the cutoff. Like I said, get ready to see us. This is an 85, but these are so crap. Mecorb, you might already be in the fight, but we'll check and make sure you're in there. Good to see you. Like, this isn't mathing out game. 20% of these soldiers should pass the test. Good evening. 91 by 50. This is not great, but... Again, not great, but keepable. So I got 3 out of 15. Alright, let's take a quick look. Soldiers. Won't see either of you there. I need to filter those soldiers. Oh, wait. Nope. Alright, let me take a look at what's the memorial saying. Alright, I'm looking for Shift and Meekorb to see if either of you died recently, and I will miss it every time, so if you see it when I don't. Coldot. Yep, there's your death, Coldot. We'll get you in there. Meekorb, the 6th is dead, so looks like we will probably be getting you back on there, because I don't see you anywhere else. And Shift, I feel like I saw you alive. That's Shift the 5th. I thought we named a Shift the 6th already. Coldot, good to see you too. Alright, well, let's see. Is this Meekorb the 7th now? Alright, we got you in there. Coldot. Let's find you someone as well. In fact, I've got one right here. Perfect. Coldot the 2nd. And Shift. Do I have anyone else on this? Not on that crew to name right now. Yes, indeed. All right. Shift the 6th. Or were you up to 7th? No, you were on 5th, died. You're on 6th now, Shift. Okay, cool. Thank you for joining the fight, ladies and gentlemen. I need to filter from this base. Yep. Ah! Goodbye. Goodbye. Holy unusable soldiers. No one's been above a 40. There's a 50. I just can't. 74 is just too low. 84 I'll keep. 94 with horrible physical stats. It's like they can't ever have both. Well, rarely. Like, this is decent. A 0. Great physical, you know, great firing accuracy. 0 size strength. A 3. Another. That's 3 people in a row with good firing accuracy and a horrible size strength. This person is already inside. Yeah, they got good enough physical stats. I guess I'll keep them. I need the bodies, so I'm having to keep, you know, subpar rookies in a lot of cases. This crew had to be fully restocked. And then I already filtered from... No, I didn't filter this base. Okay, that works. You don't. Neither do you. I don't know why I'm, like, disappointed. I'm keeping you because these other stats are great. 74 needs some work. It's a lot better than a 5 or a 2. Ha! Oh my god. One soldier out of that, 2 soldiers, and one of them has technically a low size strength for what we need, but alright, we'll take it. We have to. Now we need to build up some funds and get more people, but in the meantime, Look at that. You all get to go on the craft. You're good enough to go at the front as a shotgunner. You're going at the front. You're somewhere in the middle. I have snipers here. I have Reese, Senpai, Gutierrez, Marcella, and Bib, and Olsen. Okay, so I've got snipers here. Okay, so that crew is full. Doesn't mean they're great, but they're all there. Okay, so 80 is the lowest I see that's not in training, and that 82 is probably the next. Right there. Okay, it's time to put this crew back on their craft. Gil and Zarnia are wounded. One of those is wounded for a very long time as well. Got 29 days for Zarnia. And a whole bunch of rookies. Front door works. Let's find shotgunners. Well, you're going to the front. You're not a shotgunner, you're just expendable. 47. Oh, yeah, I kept this soldier because he's damn near a perfect recruit, minus this size strength. So we're going to see if we can work that up. And that probably means he needs to be a sniper, because I know I'm short of snipers. That's another possible sniper. Another one who has almost perfect stats except for size strength. I'll probably regret keeping them, but for now. Cranium is a sniper, mostly because he's one of our best soldiers and we just need him on a sniper. Alright, layout's not getting that important at that point. Everybody goes on that can. 3 drones, that leaves room for 10 soldiers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And I'm short one. That's fine. I'll be hiring more people when I can. Apparently they need smoke grenades as well. And we built extra of all these, which we didn't need to. They can send their motion scanners and med kits that they have extra to this base, which can't build its own yet. Okay. This crew needs a few replacements, and I have 2. Fine to the front, and fine to the front. They also need to hire more soldiers just because they have the biggest Scilab with 2 here. Okay, well, that's some housekeeping and some busy work taken care of. We've got new recruits. Do I build a Scilab here? I probably do eventually build a Scilab here once I have the cash. And one thing I can go through and do is sell the regular clips. I'm not using them anymore. Except for here. Yeah, I need to wait till I build up the stock of Illyrium clips a little bit more. And they lost some blaster launchers on that mission too. The base assault that failed. Regular shells, regular shells. Those can go. I don't need this commander. I don't think, because the only other commander I need... I'll have to look at the research tree. I'll have to keep him, actually, just until I look at the research tree and see. I think the only commander I need now is just the ethereal commander that I have to go get. Illyrium shells. have any extra grenades. That's fine. They've got 4 reinforced power suits already. That's good. And they've already sold their regular clips, so they're just using Illyrium, which is good. That's what we want. Research is what I wanted to check. Okay, almost done with the navigator. Good. What was this? Oh, it's a supply ship. Whatever. I still need to shoot down craft. I clicked past this one by accident. It's going to Europe, but I can dispatch from here because that retaliator is occupied. Shoot these 2 ships down, whether I go to them or not. I get a waypoint here. I guess I'm gonna need to go to some of these missions. We need cash. Oh, well, this one ain't a mission to go to. This is just a mission, or a ship to pop. Gone. Done and dusted. Thank you, scumbag. If this lands in the UK, I'm not going to go to it just because that terrain is garbage. Nope. I'm being selective now. Another alien base in Europe? Is that going to be a whole alien base building fleet? Because if this is the excavator, are they about to send the lab ship, the battleship, the whole shebang? Yes, they are. Annoying. That means if I wanted to get really risky, I could take on an ethereal battleship here in a second. And an ethereal lab ship. An ethereal lab ship I can do. We've done those, so that's definitely doable. An ethereal battleship is... Why not, right? Depends on where they land. You'd think with the supply ship shot down, they wouldn't have the supplies to build the base, huh? That's not how that works, unfortunately. So that's a supply ship. I'm going to send... Am I going to send Sky Striker 2 after it? Nope. What I should do is I should send Sky Striker after the excavator. And send the bigger ships after the bigger alien ships. So the excavator, and then send a Thunder here, and a Thunder here. Well, battleship will show up, and then a Thunder after the lab ship. Well, let's get what we can on the ground. The excavator. Oh, man. Alright. Oh, the excavator went into the water. Alright, well, then we'll just send the Sky Striker after that ship. We'll pretend it's the excavator. I'm surprised I'm not seeing the battleship. There's always a battleship as part of a base building fleet. Here's the lab ship and the supply ship, but... Is the battleship just going to come super late? Alright, I need to dispatch a crew for the supply ship. Hey, Kookie's off wounds. That's good timing. Alright. Let's get some of these newbies laid out with some equipment. Okay, looking good. 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 Kookie. That'll work. Give you a motion scanner. Sinkowski. You're a little bit heavy. There we go. That'll work. Alright. So do this. Take one of those. Same thing. I think it makes sense for Kuro to carry a med kit since he likes to shoot his teammates. Okay, that craft is good to go. Thunder 3 is dispatching to the supply ship, which she shot down, so less aliens there, most likely. Watching the lab ship to see if it touches down. It looks like the first mission we'll get is probably this medium scout. And now they have... Oh. Yeah. I should have waited till that stuff arrived, but they might not have gotten this in time. I'm surprised we're not seeing a battleship. Maybe it's because we just shot down the supply ship. Maybe that interrupted part of their... part of the mission script or something. Okay, there's the lab ship on the ground. Alright. Ethereal supply ship. Should be fun. By fun, I mean nerve-wracking. "21 is the point. The point is around 21 aliens, although we shot the ship down, so hopefully some are dead. Man, freaking, we got the miserable terrain. Because of course we did. And there's the ship. Orientation is left-right, meaning the doors will be on this side. Rather, I should say orientation is north-south. Left-right would be the other way, oddly. Seriously? Seriously, game? Ass. I mean, of course, seriously. Will I gotta remember to add that, Zarnia. If you're not in the Discord, hop in the Discord so you can send me a message and remind me. Alright, you killed my drone. I ended your existence. My drone can be repaired. You can't point me, you suck, scumbag. Oh no, Zarnia, you are in the Discord, right? I think I saw when you joined. I try to greet everybody, at least at some point, if they join the Discord, but obviously there's only so much time in the day. And in the week, and in the all... Yeah. No, you're not. Then it was someone else. Alright, well, get in the Discord. What are you doing? Alright. Well, I can't blame you, Cole. You did, in fact, shoot the alien. But he did not, in fact, die. Nice shot, Mumbles. Mumbles. Alright, now Vanderveen is the soldier most prone to getting psi attacked here, because she has a 40 psi strength. We kept her for a number of reasons, none of which are good. But essentially, it comes down to, she had the same last name as the soldier we already had, who then died. So she's avenging her sibling or something by serving, and she's gonna get that psi strength up no matter what! And then take out the scumbags that killed her brother. It'd help if I didn't misclick. She would have killed that. 105%, no problems. And McGrath now had to go a much longer route. Dead. Thank you. I should drop your gun. She might still grenade if she gets mind controlled. Always a possibility. Don't get shot, Zinkowski. Thank you. probably not going to deploy on the top of my ship because I'm not going to be able to shoot much. Snipers are going to deploy over here, most likely. Well, they are. Not most likely. That's what I'm doing, so that's where they'll be. Excuse me. That was dangerous, walking him to the edge of the smoke. Could have easily gotten him shot. But yeah, if you guys are ever trying to get a piece of information to me or get me to remember something that's not like a redemption, I don't mean like that, but like a soundboard quote or a game suggestion, the Discord is by far the best place because I check it relatively regularly, which is to say I check it multiple times a day, and with the notifications on it, I'll know if I missed something, especially if you tag me or direct message me on there, so. Easiest way to remind me of stuff right there. Alright, so 3 down, 21 total, so 18-ish to go, something like that. And with 18 scumbags, it's a lot of psi attack potential. Case in point. Nobody adversely affected yet. Oh, wow, no. Damn, the orientation's the other way. So the doors are on this side. God, that sucks. Like, this terrain is bad enough, but... Okay. Bagged him. And this is the map edge. Double check it. Okay, nothing over there. Go this way. Yeah, this terrain's not fun. Map edge, okay. So the best position for me to actually get shots on the doors is this corner. So my snipers are kind of going the exact wrong direction right now. Pick it up. I don't know how he survived the hit, but he did. Not two, thankfully. Perfect job for Mumbles. Well back, can't be seen. Dead, alien? Thank you. It's really getting annoying when they survive a shot. I said that before, but it's not less annoying now than it was, so. Alright, Coldot, you want to bag a second one this round? Not yet. I can respect that. I'm gonna let MeCorp get one. MeCorp wants to shoot their ship and intimidate them before killing them. I'm okay with that. Alright, so snipers need to start moving this way. I will need to send some people around to the left side. Thank you all for hanging out tonight. I hope everyone's having a good evening, or morning, or afternoon, whatever it is for you, since I know we've got viewers all over the place, which is awesome. Thank you all for choosing to spend some of your time here tonight. And if you're enjoying the stream and haven't already, please consider following. We've got a great, growing community here. It really is. Of really awesome people. And a love of gaming and sci-fi and fantasy stuff. So if you're into those things, it's a good place to be. And our Discord is up and active, and we got people in there chatting every day about XCOM a lot, since that's what we're playing right now, and the mod, but also music, movies, video games. If you're a creator and you want to share art or music or anything like that, it's a good place for it. Alien recruiter. They keep sending me peeps that can't take a shot. I need aliens that can take hits, right? Yeah, but all his guys have massive size strength and size skills, so, you know, no problem for him. And he gets an endless supply without spending money. And he's got 13 bases making him money, or however many they're up to now. Just clicking through on morale, see who got pinged. No one dropped really low, so we're just gonna hope they keep their wits about them. I should have dropped Vanderbean's grenades. I don't even know if I had time units too, though. Okay, everyone's holding. Wow, had to go that far? And I don't even think he had to go that far. It was just the obstructions so that he couldn't see that. Nice! Of course. Asshole. Need a Chimera squad? Yeah. Yeah. Yay, Frosted! Your dead clone would be proud. He's got a sniper rifle. The rifle does most of the work. At least the plasma sniper rifle. It makes up so much for accuracy because of how freaking accurate it is. Soldier doesn't even have to be that good, which is a good thing. You gotta, you know, gotta be able to start somewhere. And be effective. Oh, man. Get them all in position, and I gotta start moving up to take out that guy. But what I need to do to facilitate that is smoke, make sure we're covered, and then start ditching the accoutrement that can be used to kill your friends. Actually, we might be able to have a shot on that guy with Bash. Oh my god. Nice job, Bash Bro. He nailed the scumbag. Took a long time for him to get in frame. My 6 snipers are moving up around the side. Okay. Nice and easy. Getting close to the ship, where so a lot of mine pings. Oh, she panicked. That's actually probably the best result. And her getting psi attacked is not a bad thing. We know it's going to happen because of her low psi strength, so at least now she's got a chance to train that psi strength up by being attacked. Actually use that tree as a tiny bit of cover. And we'll have Bash grenade. Move up. We probably won't go around the side of this towards the front of the ship with these soldiers. Thank you, Ethereal. May I have another? Right? They're hungry for it. They gotta get that psi strength up. But yeah, these guys will probably stay over here because getting into this corner, they're too close to the door. And that's just too much of an easy way to have them all die. Clear out all these trees and crap and bushes and stuff that are going to be in the way of our shooting. I should have scouted this corner with the drone, but it looks like they're far enough back that even if something was there, it wouldn't be able to see them, so... Jet, you are not a sniper, excuse me. It's been a long week. Having freaking been sick, having COVID last week, threw off my already erratic sleep schedule. I'm already an insomniac at the best of times, and then being sick for a week. Threw that all for a loop, so now I've got to try to get back to something resembling a sleeping schedule or pattern, but that'll take a while, but that's alright. I got you amazing people to keep me company while we bag some scumbags, and that's all that matters. Excuse me. Grenades here and here. You know what? I don't think he'd get hurt, but it's too close to risk it. Looks like I fired a blaster launcher on one of the... We were fighting a terror ship, actually. And I fired a blaster bomb, and I had one soldier who was on the very edge tile, facing the explosion. And they shouldn't have taken enough damage to die, realistically, but they did. That was unfortunate. That was just last session as well. Alright, gets rid of the trees. And that's why we dropped most of our stuff. Not really concerned about her. I think she has one alien grenade on her, which isn't ideal, but... hopefully we get control of that soldier back and can drop the last grenade and then move them to a safer location. Like on the craft or to a far corner where they have less chance of walking into enemy fire. Which is really the biggest problem with alien control. If you can keep your soldiers, keep your soldier from being dangerous by taking their weapons away, we'll count that dead guy. Then your biggest concern is that they get under alien control, get marched into the alien ship, and then the aliens drop control and just kill them. That's no bueno. I don't like that. What are you... Trying to click on this soldier, and it looked like they were in the air because they're floating over the water, but they're on the same level as these soldiers. Cool. Snipers are in position to kill anything that steps outside the damn door. I have to debate on whether I want to assault this craft or wait it out. With it being ethereals, I'm inclined to do both for different reasons. Assaulting because minimizes the turns we're exposed to alien control, or mind control and panic, but obviously puts us in much closer proximity to the aliens if we go on and assault the craft. And so mind control and stuff can become a bigger problem much faster. Proximity has a pretty big impact, pretty impactful effect on the success or failure of a psionic attack. You're super close, a lot better chance of working. Exponentially higher, oftentimes. Who was that getting? Oh, that's Vanderveen. They just happened to run up this far. So they still got 2 grenades on them, but they're not an overly big threat to us. Hey, can you come outside? Like, we just want to play. Oh, what's up? God, I wish I had a blaster launcher in hand right now. There's another dead one, though, where he's standing, so we'll count that. That's 11, and then I see 4 more, obviously, plus I'm sure there's more. Well, if that's 15, I'd guess there's probably about 6 more somewhere. And someone over here got pinged as well. 76. Let's drop this on your turns just to be a little safer. Cold app, 75. Well, we're going to get some side strength training here. Wow, Bash is at a 70. You guys are about to all get mind controlled. Ha! Well, Vanderveen is the primary target for the aliens because they're at a 40. So they're soaking a lot of attacks, which is nice. See, I want to stop them before they panic and run over here and cause themselves a major issue. Hey, look, you stepped outside, and guess what I have for you? Your death! It was pre-packaged and ready to go. Aliens will hear you. I wish I had a blaster bomb. You know, you're not wrong, Rag. They can't blaster bomb me from this ship. At least I know that. And if they do somehow... I forgot I put soldiers up here. I was like, I'm short a few soldiers, and then I remembered, they're on the roof of the Thunder. Kuki and Zinkowski. But yeah, I don't need a blaster bomb from the aliens. Can't you put some pre-prime bombs onto your drone? I wish. I wish I could. That would be really cool, but unfortunately, 'tis not possible. Scumbags playing with our brains! Yeah, I get it, Bash. So, they are moving towards the door. I was about to say, the psionic aliens definitely move slower to leave a ship because they don't have to. They can stay on the ship and psionically attack you the whole time. So they feel less inclined to leave the craft and come assault you. But those guys are definitely moving towards the door, so hopefully next turn they're outside and we can shoot them. And then I'll contemplate if I'm going to send this group in or not. Hey, Vanderveen, very nice. You recovered a little bit. Run over here. And that might put her far enough away that they choose to attack someone else instead. My concern here is that Bash runs into the ship or gets shot just because he's standing out kind of in the open now. Good to see you, Adapter, by the way. Hope you're doing well, and thanks for stopping in. Oh, Zinkowski moved this way. I was like, where the hell is Zinkowski? I moved him to the other side. That's where he is. I meant to click the tree. I can't even click a tree properly right now. It's beautiful. There we go. You don't mind pings. I want to see a +6 size strength on Vanderveen at the end of this. Hey, he went berserk, but he didn't have a weapon, so he didn't kill 2 of his teammates this time. I knew you were coming out. Just be yourself, Ethereal. Mumbles! What's in your line of fire? That tree was, and now that tree's dead! Hey, party's out here, man. Now, this drone probably won't see anything, but I did just densify this smoke, so... There was a chance there was something over here that this one didn't see, just because this smoke is fresh. Alright, what are we seeing? This. No life is safe in XCOM? I mean, that's... Like, that's not new. Like, that's not new news to us. I mean, if a tree's in the way of a mind-controlling alien, yeah, I'm gonna kill the tree to get to the alien. Like, sorry. XCOM's not a conservative group. Well then, hard mode expansion? Yes indeed, Brimcon. Are you familiar with the hard mode expansion? And hello and welcome to the chat. If you're not familiar, if you're familiar with the hard mode expansion mod, then I don't need to tell you anything. But if you're not, if you type !hard mode in the chat, you'll see a couple links as well as some information about the mod and what differentiates it from the base game. So, more familiar with Files? That's fair. I know a lot of our viewers here are pretty familiar with Files, which is a very good game, very good mod, I should say, of an excellent game. I've played a little bit of Files myself, but know enough of the game to understand what's going on. Yeah, so you understand the game. So, hard mode expansion mod is very similar to the vanilla base game, but it ups the difficulty substantially. It's much harder than a regular Superhuman run. It takes Superhuman difficulty and I would say makes it at least twice as hard, if not harder than that, but it keeps the core vanilla gameplay very intact. It does feel like a natural expansion mod, whereas XCOM Files or the FMP or the 40K mod are more revamps or, you know, overhaul mods. The hard mode mod seems more central. It does add a few weapons. It doesn't add as many as some of the other ones, but it adds shotgun and sniper weapons for all three tiers, so ballistic, laser, and plasma. And then it also adds grenade launchers, and then the small launcher becomes similar to a grenade launcher, in that it fires in an arc. So what do you mean extended? The drones are an awesome feature. I know that they're in some of the other mods, but in here they're amazing and essential for scouting. No, regular openxcom, and there's a couple reasons for that, but not extended at the moment. I need to play with openxcom extended more, meaning play with the settings, because there are some things that openxcom extended does for the player that some people consider quality of life changes that I see more as, I won't say cheats, but I feel like they give the player more information than you should have in certain circumstances. And I imagine some of those things can be turned off just in the settings. I just haven't had time to mess around with it. There's also some differences in how the AI interacts in the base game as opposed to extended. So it's the mod author for this mod, Hellraiser, has been working with, has been talking with us in my Discord. And some of the things that are added and extended are, for example, in openxcom extended in this mod, you can regain nations that have left the funding, you know, XCOM's funding nations, if you destroy the pact base that made them, you know, the infiltration base. While I think that's a cool feature, I also think that losing bases is part of the thing that puts you on a timetable to win the game. And now I understand what he's getting at, because this game, the aliens are much more aggressive, so you might need to be able to regain bases to have any chance of winning, but we're past the midpoint of the second in-game year, and we've lost 6 nations to infiltration, but we still got plenty to go. And the funding that they provide us is basically nothing, so I'm not really concerned about that. What do you consider cheaty or too much? There's a couple different things. Yeah, that one is mod specific, but it doesn't exist in the non-extended version of this mod, because it's only able to be programmed in the openxcom API, not the regular openxcom. So one of the reasons I've stuck to this. We also started our run on openxcom, not the openxcom extended version, so I don't want to make a big change mid-playthrough. Indicators. So for example, in openxcom extended, if I reveal an enemy with 1 unit, that unit gets, you know, a vision ping that they've revealed an alien. Boom. 2 vision pings. These soldiers don't have any indicator, but if I'm on openxcom extended, they get an indicator. Now doesn't give you any information you already have, but it gives you information that you as the player might forget. And so it feels like it's holding your hand a little bit by continually, now if I've moved away, I don't have an indicator. Now these guys aren't threatening me right now, but if they're out in an open area and I forget that there's an ethereal in this corner because I don't see it anymore and I don't shoot it and then it kills me, that's not quality of life. That's dodging my own mistake, essentially. That's basically holding my hand to say, oh, you forgot about this alien down here. Don't forget about them. Whereas if I forget about them, that's my mistake, and the way I see it, I should be punished if I make a mistake. I shouldn't have the game circumventing my mistake by giving me an information ping that I don't have. I'm also been playing Classic XCOM for 26 years, and most of that was without any mods, so I'm used to it being the base game. Say a soldier is wounded. In Extended, you have an indicator that says, hey, you have a wounded soldier. If you, the player, forget that that soldier's wounded, and you pass a bunch of turns, and then that soldier bleeds out, that's your fault. But openxcom Extended will essentially avoid that ever happening by saying, hey, that guy's wounded. I think that's something the player should have to pay attention to and keep track of. And if you lose a soldier because of it, that's part of the way the difficulty of the game was designed to be, that you need to keep track of that stuff. For sure, for sure. And I know most people who've played XCOM, you know, it's not as many people who haven't ever played it, you know, originally that come back to it. Well, I mean, these indicators are part of the base game, you know, vision indicators. So, exactly, the HP bar flashes. That's one thing that openxcom added by itself, but that's still pretty easy to miss. I still miss it a lot. But the vision indicator over here that doesn't leave your screen, because the HP bar only blinks when you're on the soldier that's wounded. But if I tab to another soldier, nothing tells me that I just came off a guy who was wounded. So if I forget that, that's my fault. So again, none of it's major stuff. It's just stuff that being able to middle click on an opponent and see what gear they're holding. That, not part of the base game. And if you can't identify what gear an alien is holding, and he may be a bigger threat because of that, and you don't take care of the threat, that should be, you know, your fault, essentially. I mean, that's the thing. It's a good thing, but I feel like it's a little hand-holdy. It helps the player avoid a mistake, which a lot of people like, but I personally don't. And again, that's just me. I feel like it helps you mitigate a mistake that you would otherwise be punished for. And I think you should be punished if you make a mistake. So that's me. So these guys are going to come out of the ship shortly because it's coming up on the turn 14 reveal, but I should have just gone in and assaulted them, but... Well, that's the thing. The game is punishing, and a large part of the reason it is punishing is because of how the UI is designed. So when you start taking away from core concepts of the game, it gets a little bit, you know... Yeah. If I've got a unit that spots an alien over here, and then I move that unit away, and then I forget that that alien is up there because the indicator goes away, and then 6 turns later that alien walks up and grenades my people, that's my fault. But if I spotted this alien with a drone and then roll the drone all the way back over here on the same turn, it's still good. Even if I switch to these soldiers, it's going to show me an indicator. Hey, there was an alien up here. Don't forget it. If I forget it, yeah, that's my fault. Again, That's just one of the, you know, one of the things. Being able to middle click on an alien and see their equipment, or if they've been wounded. Yeah, you could get some visual indication of an alien's wounded, you know, a soldier could by physically looking at it, but not all the time. And you wouldn't be able to tell how wounded something necessarily is. Hey, Poe, good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. But, yeah, being able to go, hey, this is an ethereal, and then middle click on him and see, I know he has a sword in his hand, because I can see the sprite. But does he have a pistol in his other hand? Does he not have a weapon in his other hand? Because if he has a pistol in his other hand and I move in front of him, he might reaction shot me. But I don't know if he does or not. But if I'm able to middle click on him and see, well, now I've gained information that I don't otherwise have. This alien, you can't see what he's holding in his hands. You shouldn't be able to see what he's holding in his hands, because I don't have any visual way of seeing that. Arguably, if a soldier is here, you would say they can see what's in his hands, but I can't right now, so maybe he's got a blaster launcher. So, well, and that's the thing. That's one of the reasons I chose to play this mod, is because it's not as big of a shift from the base game, whereas Files and Pirates, especially Pirates, are massive changes from the base game, as far as a lot of the mechanics and the importance of some factors. So yeah, a lot of it is quality of life stuff. A lot of it I see as quality of life, but that I feel like gives more information than it should. But that's just my personal view. And it doesn't, you know, it doesn't stop anyone else from playing on Extended or any other version that they want to play on, so. Yeah, that makes sense. You know, there are a lot of things like damage types and resistances that are different, so I can get it a little bit more for those. These aliens just they're listening to my sermon. They're listening to me preach about the game, so they're just sitting inside and waiting. They're like, is he ever gonna stop talking? Okay, turn 14. Base game, it's turn 20. In this mod, it's turn 14. The aliens are made aware of your location. Generally, that forces them to go aggressive. Well, I guess it doesn't force them to. It generally prompts them to go aggressive because they know where you are, so they'll come after you. And they tend to go to the side that has less aliens. Stares at the 7 guns he has alone that have different damage types. That's fair. You know, it's a lot to keep track of. I'm a numbers head. I'm a data table guy. I played EVE Online for years, you know, freaking spreadsheets in space. So I'd probably be okay keeping track of a lot of it, but yeah. We started with this mod, and I'll play Files probably on stream in the future. X-Pirates, I don't know. We'll see. It's drastically different in a lot of ways. So we'll see if I get around to that or not in the future, but, yeah. Finally finished my first playthrough of Files. Kept dying to pretty much every sectopod I saw, as they inexplicably always had reactions to consistently one-shot my agents. That's brutal. No! I should have moved that drone. I had time units to move that drone further back. That's a little annoying. Turned out for some reason the Files, they boosted sectopod damage from 100 to 200. Don't know why they did that. Yeah, who knows? Couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you. Alright, well, now I'm down to 1 drone, which is a little annoying, but the drones are there to be the expendable resource. So no loss. 2 trees were in the way. McGrath will not miss. Cause she's a badass. She's one of our best remaining soldiers after the losses we've taken recently. Need to tab through on morales and just see. Yeah, Bash got affected, but he doesn't have any weapons. Obviously, Blood Orion over there panicked, dropped his gun. Mecorb has a minor effect. 79 size strength. I'll ditch this till the end turn. He can pick up the plasma off the ground and use it. But yeah, Brimcon, you know, I'm not opposed to openxcom extended for, you know, anyone else to play with it. I just, one of the bigger reasons was not wanting to change mod, you know, in the middle of the campaign. There's something super satisfying about going in with a sword and coming out unscathed after taking on a supply ship solo. I can imagine. I don't know if I'd be able to manage that in this particular campaign. Not because of the difficulty necessarily so much as just, you know, it's Iron Man and I would definitely lose, and I like to play the game super hard. Doesn't mean I'm good at it. It just means I like the punishment. Sectopods, they give my character kisses. Sectopods, yeah. Union's freaking soldier face tanked like 6 shots from a sectopod and didn't die. And then died a couple turns later, like an ass. Your left stood next to an alien? Yeah, that's never fun, Rag. Well, maybe it's fun sometimes, I just can't think of when. Someone over there's gonna get mind controlled and cause a problem. She went berserk again, that's fine. She is the target for them with her supernaturally low 40 psi strength. Okay, I don't know if they're going to assault us or if they're just going to sit on the ship psi attacking us, so I guess it's time to make an advancement. No matter what happens, no matter how long we've been playing this game, I don't think you could ever be good at this game. I think you could be better than you were at the game. I think you can make better decisions. But, yeah. I think it's possible to get better at it. I'm definitely better than I was years ago. I'm definitely better just now, you know, having played through this mod than I was when we started it. Good? I don't know. I mean, I know I could beat the game on Superhuman without any difficulty. I don't know if that means I'm good at it, but, you know, I could do an Iron Man Superhuman run without any issue. But that just comes from a lot of repetition more than anything. I think. Alright, Kooky. There's no drone over here, so I'm going to need you to start moving up. That's true. I mean, we had a big blaster bomb hit on a base assault we did last Saturday. We had to leave the base, and we're playing Iron Man, so the losses were, you know, they're permanent. But we're still in it. You know, we're still in the game, so... I don't know if I should go on veteran for first, Iron Man or Superhuman. I would say if you're trying to do an Iron Man run through, start on a lower difficulty, because it's difficult. You're already multiplying the difficulty by not ever doing, you know, or I was reading something as I said that. You're already multiplying the difficulty by doing Iron Man. So I would say do veteran or genius. Probably not genius. Do veteran or experienced. Iron Man for the if you haven't done an Iron Man run before, and then step up to doing both Superhuman and Iron Man. First clear ever of TFTD was Superhuman Iron Man. My first clear of TFTD in 20 years was Superhuman Iron Man. We did it on stream right before this playthrough. It was Superhuman, it was Iron Man, and we didn't use any molecular control offensively. And I never used psionics offensively in Classic XCOM. Even in this mod, I haven't. So that artificially increases the difficulty a tiny bit as well. So, and mine was just on openxcom. Feel like Superhuman main difficulty is the ludicrous alien reactions. That's a big one. Also the numbers. Yeah, most people do. It's just one of those things where, particularly in the base game, in UFO defense, once you have psionics, you've already won the game. And that really goes for TFTD as well. Once you're using psionics offensively, you've already won. It's just a matter of how quickly do you end the game. Because once you can take control of the aliens, well, you don't have to risk your soldiers ever again. But obviously you have to get to that point. You know, you have to get to where you can use them offensively. And that's no easy task, especially on a Superhuman Iron Man run. Haha, you got shot. 5 soldiers left and at the final to left. Yeah, that makes it kind of a necessity. I think by the time we got to the 3rd ring, you know, the 3rd level of Teleth, we had 11 or 12 soldiers left alive at that point. We lost most of them on the second level, which is pretty common. Because the entry level was nothing, so... In the base game, the Scilab only increased size skill. No, just size skill. In the base game with no modifications, you can't increase size strength. You can only increase size skill. And the only reason we've turned on size strength increases in this playthrough is because of how long we have to face psi capable aliens, but also because the size strength growth is slow. Like, the most you're ever gonna get is 6 in a single mission, just like you would accuracy, but you have to be able to withstand multiple psi attacks to do that. Had to run to the exit to the third mission. Yeah, the third mission, the third ring of Teleth is actually super, well, boring. Because you face like 1 or 2 aliens. Maybe eventually, if you're going really slowly, you'll get choke pointed, but... Rude person killing all the peaceful monks after you shot down their craft. Hey man, I mean, if they wanted to be peaceful, they'd stop taking over Earth nations, okay? I'm not buying that peaceful crap. You can go somewhere else with that. See, this is the problem with advancing on an ethereal craft, is just the freaking pings. But that's why I'm blocking the door, so... Son of a bitch, Buff! I don't have another drone to block this door. This drone's blocking this door so they can't run inside. Oh, you're so dead, bud. Get wrecked! That's what happens when you suck! Sucks to suck! So that's Rag. That's the other soldier. Is there one on the lift? He is, but he's upstairs. And then that is Vanderveen under mind control right there. But they don't have any weapons. I just want to block them from getting on the ship. So I'll block the door from the outside again. And then Buff is in danger here. And I don't have a smoke there. I do have smoke here. Oh, but you panicked. Son of a bitch. Okay. Let's see. I gotta save some people here. Try to keep Buffalax alive this turn. Ah, I should have moved. He could panic and run out of the ship, but it's very likely he won't run out. He'll stay right where he is. First to left map was pretty easy thanks to the alien being unable to fire down lifts. Yes, you just stand on the... Exactly. You just block the lift. Yep. Buff safe, Kook dies. Yeah, that's likely what'll happen, right? Because of us doing it that way, but the second one took me about 2 hours moving my people along the long route before realizing I could just blow up the walls. Yeah, you just DPL through that crap. No reason to run all the way around. And then the third map, it forces you to path all the way around, but it's easy. You face generally 1 alien at a time. As long as you know when you have to deal with the tentaculates, and you're careful about that, use your sonic disruptors to tank the tentaculates and block them out, you're fine. Usually. That's, freaking, the smoke needed to be over the broken wall. Because it won't propagate past a broken wall for some stupid reason. Okay, she just grenaded whoever that was. Oh, she smoke grenaded. That's right. She didn't have any offensive grenades in her hand. Okay, that's good. Okay, now if you have time units, use them to reaction fire at me. No? Good. I don't know where Buff went. He was under mind control, but... hopefully he didn't run upstairs. The last 5 soldiers I had were named Alakazam, Mario, and a few other Sicilian names. I have a 91% death rate. I think ours was pretty close to that. Well, I know ours on this mod is close to... it's over 80% death rate for sure. Alright, I'm gonna stay on the lift wall, or lift like that. Okay, so Buff ran upstairs, I'm guessing? Which means he might die just by virtue of being in a position I can't do anything to help him. Kept getting fooled by the ruined walls and UFOs, thinking I can go through them but can't. Yeah, the half walls. Still dangerous. If they walk out and walk close enough, they'll see us, but... Okay. There's Vanderveen under alien control. That buff. Damn it! I mean, he got mind controlled and ran upstairs. I can't do anything about that. Freaking annoying. That's why fighting ethereals is annoying even this late in the game when you're well equipped and have a mostly high size strength crew. And that's part of the problem, though, is that even with max size strength, these aliens are still... You know, we've seen soldiers with well over 90 size strength get berserked and mind controlled, and so it's a little imbalanced at times. 4th or 5th? I don't remember exactly, but they weren't brand new, but they weren't on 13 either. Yeah, Buff lived for a while, but also wasn't here for a while after one of their deaths. We didn't see them, or they were lurking for a while, which they may be tonight. And if you are, hello, Buff. You died again. But they didn't redeem for a while, so they were out of the mix for a couple, probably a week or so. I need to continue to block this door, so if Vanderveen gets mind controlled again, they don't come on the ship. Buff's first or second redemption lived for quite a while. So they did have... What's up, man? Yeah, their first or second iteration did quite well. Hung around for quite some time. So Buff did get buff at one point. They were a captain with pretty high stats. Wow, you panicked? Really? 85 size strength. And 50 bravery, and they got panicked. If you have 85 size strength in the base game, you're not getting panicked there, especially with 50 freaking bravery. So there's definitely... So ethereals are made immune to your mind control, your psionic attacks. In this mod, you can't psionically affect ethereals. They have extremely high size skill, but lower size strength to try to balance it out, or it might be the other way. Extremely high size strength, low size skill. But I feel like the numbers aren't, they don't math out how Hellraiser intended them to, at least not in my experience with them. Because a soldier with 80 plus size strength shouldn't be getting panicked in a single round. Because that means they could have been mind controlled relatively easily by comparison. Just odd. There used to be a threshold where you could say, you know, okay, I'm relatively safe. Because it was still only, you know, 80-something% of your total recruits. Which is a pretty small... We just saw how many... I hired 35 soldiers and got like 4 of them that were worth keeping. Your TFTD clear file is gone. Oh no, that's never fun. That's a bummer. Okay, I'm gonna run out of smoke in here pretty quick. Okay, get over here. I think I still have my most recent TFTD clear file. But that was obviously only a couple weeks ago. Well, it was a couple months ago now. We've been on this mod for a while. Because it's been a marathon, not a sprint. That's for damn sure. Okay, they're coming down from the command deck. I think there's one over here, or very close to being over here. If I use that scanner, you're going to be stuck. Alright, well, this isn't great. Ah, he's over here. Maybe he's on... Is he down? Yes, he is. Perfect. Last one. Did we lose it? We lost Buff. Buff was the only soldier we lost. Sucks to lose any soldiers, but only losing one there is a pretty good result. So... I like it. Yay! New emotes. I still love those emotes. They're so good. Vanderveen only got a +2 size strength for all that. That's a little disappointing. So yeah, the size strength increases are still tiny. Coldot got a +4, which is cool. But they're still very small increases. And Vanderveen's got a 40, so they got a long way to go. To be, like... Well, apparently even 85 ain't safe. Man, Buff was a sergeant. I don't have that many sergeants right now, damn it! Like, I don't have that many soldiers remaining. Okay, this is about to immediately start another recovery. This is a medium scout. This should be a much quicker mission. This is just a medium scout. But it is ethereals. Hey, we're seeing one right away. And he's looking the other way. We'll just smoke here. There will be an alien standing in here, right in this square. Almost always is. To the point that I might just force a shot in there. Wow! Either there's not one standing there, or I don't have the vision to see it. Oh, well there's one up there. Alright, Poe. Bag him and tag him. No! He missed. Alright. Joyce, easy shot, easy kill. One scumbag dead. Get this smoke going more densely. Vash the Snake the 14th, because Vash has the worst luck. But he's got a decent shot this time, so... And smoke won't spread through a fence, so gotta smoke the other side if I want to have cover. I'm actually just gonna have to either blow this up or shoot a hole because the drone can't... My soldiers can fly over it with flying suits, but the drone can't go through the damn fence there, which is annoying. That's the map edge. This corner, I think there's probably an alien in there. Okay, there's a hole in the fence now. Okay, there's the ship. Nine to 12 aliens here. We've already killed 2, so it's a good way to start. Is there a scumbag back here? I don't see one. Doesn't mean there's not. Just means I don't see one. I thought you said it was clear. I said it looked clear. Well, how's it look now? Looks clear. A pretty good movie introducing a very cool character that was not done justice in the remaining films. But Pitch Black was a good one. I liked that movie quite a lot. Not perfect, you know, not an amazing movie, but well worth a watch in my mind, and in my opinion. But a character that could have been, you know, was very cool, but could have been done better, so. Nice full armor and heavy plasma, hopefully nothing goes wrong now. Mumbles, what? Shut up. You're a sniper on one of our crews, Mumbles. Is it this crew? Or were you on the last mission? I think you were on the last mission, Mumbles. But yeah, hi. Yeah, we're almost in the top armor, too. We're currently doing the research that will unlock reinforced flying suits. So we're about to have the best of the best armor available. And we can build an Avenger now, technically. We just don't have the money. Because it costs 10 million cash plus resources. But soon and very soon, we will have an Avenger. And then base assaults get even easier because we can take 6 additional cargo space worth of crew or drones or tanks with us. 10 mil, yeah, 10 mil flat. The Firestorm we built cost us 5 mil flat. We did build 1 Firestorm for shooting down terror ships and stuff like that. It tried to take down a lab ship and got wrecked, but we didn't lose it, so. I think the final loadout for the Avenger is likely to be 2 drones, 2 tanks, and 16 soldiers. So, yeah, exactly. Not even counting material and man hours. You nailed it. Yes, indeed. You got it, Union. The door is open and the scumbags are a-poppin'. But that's why we carry shotguns, because Darth Mucus says, get wrecked! Get wrecked! Oh my god, not a single pellet even hit close to them? You better check yourself, game. I'm calling BS on that. Poe, shoot the alien. Thank you. Alright, I can chew through the wall to kill this guy. So. Or the fence, the indestructible. You can't fire over a fence that's clearly only 4 feet tall. Stupid. Come on! Ah, and he's alive. Alright. Ah, just aim shot. He should die. Holy crap! Alright, all that's me. Okay, I don't see anything else. This is the building where you would see an alien. But this is the same building. This is just a different spawning of it. Disgraceful? Yeah, a little bit. I don't see anything over there. Oop, ship got popped. No power supply or Illyrium coming out of this bad boy. Chalk it up to the nerves? Sure. Hey, Rag, I know you're not the super soldier you once were, but land the smoke where I tell you to. Thank you. He was the commander. Thank you all for hanging out tonight. I hope everyone's having a good time, and thank you for choosing to spend some of your time here with us, playing some classic XCOM and chatting about games. Talking about the games we'll see in the future, talking about the things we like and dislike about XCOM, and just, yeah, thank you all for choosing to spend some time here. If you're enjoying the stream and you haven't already, please think about smacking that follow button. We're growing a really cool community of pretty awesome people around here. XCOM is a big feature on our channel, obviously. It won't be the only game franchise we ever see, but it will always be a featured franchise on our little corner of the internet here. Next up, after this run, whenever it ends, which is probably in a week or 2, we'll be wrapping up this run. I don't think it'll end this week. I think it'll end next week. After that, we will be doing an impossible Ironman playthrough of Enemy Within. Unmodded at first, but yeah. 1, 2... Is that all I've killed? 3? Okay. So if you're interested in that, don't hesitate to follow and be here for it when it starts happening. No! Haha, you cannot hurt my drone because I'm about to kill you. Amy Dorian Malongo. Malonga? What do you mean no line of fire? It's the wing of the ship is blocking the line of fire. That's annoying. Well, he died in 1 hit like he's supposed to. You're right, there was a floating one. Let's call that 5 now. And that'll be 6 right there, because he did. And he counts. I see an open door back here, and I just saw the ping for one. I'm going to go around this corner, so they don't hopefully kill this drone. And then you're going to move here. And you're going to scan. You're not going to see a damn thing. And then you're going to come here. And then you have the dangerous scouting jump. You get to go through the building. Where there is definitely movement happening. Is it on the lower level, though? It is on the lower level. Couldn't even hit him. Clicked one tile in front of him on an aim shot, and the carryover killed him. I will take it. Good job, Darth Mucus. Darth Mucus sounds like it could have legitimately been a Sith name. Henceforth, you will be known as Darth Mucus. And he's just like, what? But he can't question it, because, you know, Sith Master and all that jazz. Sure. Speaks with a very nasally voice, because Darth Mucus. It'd be great. Make it canon. You still shot my drone because you're an ass! Oh, that's annoying. I mean, we kind of figured it was going to happen. Like, seriously, where'd you go, though? You killed my drone and just murked out? That's the guy who killed the drone? I want to know how he had that line of fire, game. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, they'd have to get over to the side. So, do that. Watch the snake! And the alive, but unconscious ethereal. That's the only one that was close. That is very likely the one that shot the drone. It shot the drone. Right outside the door? Yup. Right outside the door. Shotgun ain't gonna reach that this time, but, let's chew through the build. No. Let's just nail him twice on a 16%er. Wow. You wanna wrap it up? Nice job, Poe. That's some beautiful shooting right there, my friend. Top tier. There's like 1 or 2 left. Because 9 to 12 is the count, and we've killed 8. At least 8. Because I could have easily missed one. Okay, so it's over here. Is there a way for me to get a shot on that guy with any of them? Probably not. Even if they go in the air, I don't think any of them get high enough to get a shot. And these people aren't near as strong as, you know, our super soldiers were. So getting a grenade over here seems apparently possible. It's not close enough to kill him, I don't think. I'd have to be able to get another grenade over here that one wouldn't blow up. That would also hurt that alien. It's a lot of building to try to chew through with plasma fire as well. Alright, I might lose this drone because it's kind of out now. But if I lose this drone, then I gotta come... whatever. I gotta send a soldier over here to find this thing. I don't even know if... Yeah, I might have been able to chew the building down with some grenades, but... Poe's got it. Poe's not even concerned. And Dome Reaper over here is gonna come back him up. They got this. They ain't even worried. There he is. Now he's probably in a position where if I do this... that angle's gonna be bad because of the building. Yeah. This building being tall and on this perspective. This might get him, though. Yep. There we go, Vash. Alright. We didn't lose any soldiers. The drones are repairable. It's not great. It costs us money to repair them. But the biggest thing here is getting the soldiers some stats. Yeah. Very nice. Now we have a difficult decision, though, because we have a lab ship that's on the ground, and that's a big undertaking. That's going to have ethereals and then Muton Elite Guards. And I'm surprised we still haven't seen a battleship. This was a base building fleet, which means there's another ethereal base going up in Europe. You can already see these two right here next to each other in, what, is it Poland? Yeah. Alright, which crew is going to be better suited? This has the commander, but it has a lot of rookies. This crew is probably... No, this crew is way worse. Yeah, they are not going to that lab ship. So it's this crew. My concern is if the battleship shows up and I want to try to get it instead of the lab ship. But I get this in the day if I go right now. And... Oh, I didn't equip these people beforehand. Alright, I gotta do a little equipping here then. A little equipping of equipment. I don't want to say most of these people should be equipped because I don't know how many are new to the crew here. Some weak people. Okay, so we do have some people who are equipped, which is good. Beautiful. Pythons is a little weak. That'll work. Jorge. Or George, actually, in this case. It wasn't spelled the other way. That's perfect for him. Good. Bib. Against a lab ship, I just don't feel like effing around. So we'll do some blaster bombing. Okay. So this will be a lab ship, somewhere around 30 aliens. The biggest threat here is that around 6 of the aliens, 4 to 6, something like that, will be armed with blaster launchers. And they also have psionics, so they get mind control off, it gives them vision ping, they fire a blaster bomb, we lose everything. Don't really want that to happen. Might be a good, yeah, terrain's not bad for it, because the ship's really close to us. It kind of depends on how much of this is caves and how much of it is just this barren terrain. And how many of our drones die instantly to bullshit. No, no, no! I did not mean to move off on the same square. I meant to path it this way. So I'm glad it didn't die. You fired twice. You've had your fun. Where's the other guy? He's up there. And he's holding a blaster launcher. Blaster launcher is recolored in this mod. Instead of black, it's got this brownish mottled design. Muddled design. I like it. It makes it stand out. Okay, Ahmed Haddad. This guy's had his fun. I misclicked. It's probably why he's alive, and I destroyed all the terrain around him. Okay, is this the map edge? It is. I should probably scout that to be safe. Man, you want to see a hot LZ play the 40k mod? Oh, I've seen, yeah. I've seen some folks play it, so I've definitely seen some of that BS. This one definitely ups it from basic XCOM quite a bit, but yeah, stuff like that's a little bit... Seriously, we're just not killing aliens today? We're making friends with them? You have a shotgun. Shotgun the alien, man. course the landing strut's in the way. Why wouldn't it be? They walked where I didn't want them to. He's been hit by a couple pellets. He really should be dead. These pellets do 100 damage base. They put this ethereal in plasma-proof robes and just set him under the ship. They're like, just go stand there. They'll shoot you, but you'll be fine. Okay, I was kind of joking, game. Can you freaking cut it out now? What the hell? Thank you. It only took, like, half our crew to kill one freaking alien? Son of a bitch. And then he dies in one hit. I'm very happy he's dead. Don't get me wrong, but a little consistency would be super cool. Double blaster launcher. This guy is in a blaster launcher in the corner directly behind our craft. Like, that is the scummiest scumbaggery. What are you trying to pull there, game, huh? What are you trying to get away with? Every time we faced a lab ship, that's pretty common. That there's one with a blaster launcher, like, behind you. Even if you're in the corner, even if we were moved back to here, I've seen them that close to us. Alright, move back. Okay, there is a ring door. Okay, then I'm going on the roof, but I need to scout that with an unnamed who's not as important. Okay, so they don't see anything. They can drop this. Marcella Lucio used to be a big target for psionics. She's gotten up to an 86, so she shouldn't be anymore. Man, we are so blaster bomb bait here. Like, we're so stacked up and just asking for a bomb. Wow. How come your soldiers can shoot through the fog apparently unaffected? Is a specific equipment negates sight reduction, or just some way how the game is programmed? I never used the fog grenades as a kid. Mangoff, welcome to the chat, and it's a good question. I never used the smoke or fog grenades much when I was younger either. Essentially, the way the game is programmed, if you know where the target is, you can force your soldiers to shoot at that spot. So even if they don't have direct vision, if they know where the target is, you can attack them. So it's a scout sniper tactic that we generally use, most XCOM players will use, where you scout a unit, you scout with one unit, and then units behind him shoot at the alien, because they're safe from retaliation from the aliens. That's represented in the new XCOMs with the squad sight feature that the snipers have. So think of it like the squad sight, where someone else is telling them, hey, there's an alien at this coordinate, and they just shoot to try to hit that spot. Now, some of the other mods for XCOM give your soldiers a penalty to their accuracy if they're firing at a target that they themselves can't see. But in this mod, it doesn't exist. Main thing is with this, you can shoot any tile anytime. Yeah, you can make yourself shoot anywhere you want at any point. Like that. Technically, that soldier can't physically see that alien, but the drone spotted it, so I know it's there, so I can shoot at the tile. That's a good way to describe it, Brincon. A much more concise way than my very verbose description. See a tile, shoot a tile. And if there's an alien on it, the alien will die, hopefully. I'm quite wordy. That's why I'm called the voice. I didn't name myself that. My friends did. And it's loud. Yeah, for sure. And thanks for stopping in. Hope you're doing well tonight. Smoke's a little thin right here, actually. Yeah, I'll do this. I'll do this. It's very important that I stay in dense smoke on this mission because I do not want to get blaster bombed, like, at all. Right, accuracy is, what, chance to fire within 1% firing arc of the target tile? Or the center of the target tile? Unless you're targeting a unit. And then it adjusts for the size of the unit somewhat. Which is why you see my soldiers have the snipers have well over 100% firing accuracy. And yet sometimes they'll miss. Yeah, percentage of deviation from what you're aiming at. That feels like that's going to result in a mind control. Okay, just a panic. It's either 130 or 140, Brim. I think that's correct. Union, in the base game, there is a countdown based on how far you are on the game before the aliens will use any explosives, grenades or blaster launchers or small launchers. In this mod, that countdown is completely negated. They can blaster launcher you on turn 1, if you let them. It's actually a script written into the game that says, you know, how many turns do you delay explosives? And in this, it's set to 0. Okay, that guy's got a sword, which means he probably also has a blaster launcher. Because the ones holding blaster launchers always have a plasma sword. Freaking just misclicked. That's a shotgun, so that's not going to do it. Alright. That'll do. Tell me this isn't a cave. Son of a bitch, it's a cave. If I was an alien, I would blaster the crap out of the landing ship. Yeah. But, you know, they may not have vision of it. I guess this guy granted vision, so you'd think they would. But I'm glad they don't, because that would be, you know, complete bullshit. That guy has a blaster launcher. You get a blaster launcher, and you get a blaster launcher. He's in an 80 psi strength. He got panicked in 1 round. Union has an 83 psi strength, and he nearly got panicked in 1 round. Another 0% hit and kill. The problem here is if someone gets mind controlled and has vision of us, and it gives the aliens a vision ping, like, oh, there's their location, and they blaster bomb us. Ethereal lab ships are extremely dangerous. Lab ships. I don't even know. I fought an ethereal lab ship. We've done one before, and we did fine. So it's definitely doable. We just have to be careful. Very friggin' careful. And I've got some people here, as you can see, they're in the 70-ish psi strength range. I'm gonna ditch their weapons if they're below 80. And then I'll adjust accordingly based on who the aliens actually target. 99. See, 99 psi strength, he should be immune to psi effects, but he won't be. If they chose to target him, they could affect him. The biggest danger is that this drone is super close to these doors. If they open the door, they'll see him even with the smoke there. But yeah, Mangolf, at least in my experience, and obviously you can tell if you're looking at the map at all, On Superhuman difficulty, and on mods like this that are a step up in difficulty quite a lot, smoke grenades are almost a necessity, if not purely a necessity to succeed. But when I first played the game as a kid, I never used smoke grenades until I started playing on Superhuman. I beat the game a couple times on Genius difficulty without ever using a single smoke grenade. Because in my mind, a smoke grenade was time units that I could just use shooting an alien. So why would I waste the time on a smoke grenade? But you can save your soldiers a lot of dying with smoke grenade concealment. It's not perfect. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Yeah, like I said, he's too damn close to the doors. That alien has a blaster launcher too, by the way. So we're gonna have to scout that quickly. See, now that guy at the front is getting targeted, and he has a 91 size strength. And they were targeting him just because of proximity, when he really shouldn't be getting targeted much at all. But the snipers and the good shots will kill the aliens. That's 7 dead. My last drone, which means scouting the rest of this is going to be very freaking difficult. Okay, good. Have to spot that one. As I said, he most likely has a blaster launcher along with his sword. Actually, no, that one had a heavy plasma. That one had a heavy plasma. I wonder if there's another one over here. Well, there's one over there. Hey, Sierra. Ah! Bonus kill. I'll take that. I never use sacrificial rookies. You know that. I will say this, though. I'm disappointed in this mod, changing the plasma to a fire explosion. I think it was more just the color change, because there's two different kinds of plasma, Brimcon. The regular plasma is still green. These are plasma Illyrium clips that we're using. So they're an orange color to differentiate them from the normal green plasma. So this is a slightly higher damage ammo that's entirely necessary. So the normal plasma is still green. Yeah, yeah. Two different types of plasma. So the base stuff's even a little bit lighter green though. Hey Gleaser, thanks for hanging out, and yeah, we'll catch you next time, brother. All right. I think Bib is going to do what all great commanders who know that blaster bombs are irreplaceable do. He's gonna start using them willy-nilly. I'm gonna shoot a couple blaster bombs into the heart of this ship and just really stir up the scumbaggery. Okay, you did get targeted, so drop those. I should... You know what? He can drop the shotgun. He has exactly enough time units. Good. And I moved this soldier closer because I needed a scout, but he actually has low time units, or low size strength, so keeping him too far forward is a bad idea. But if someone's gonna die now that I've lost 2 drones, it might as well be a rookie that's not named after one of you beautiful people. And if you guys are here and you want to join the fight, you can use your channel points to enlist as a soldier. Basic enlistment, I'll just grab a random soldier from you. Second tier of enlistment, you can tell me one stat you'd like to have at a certain, a high stat. Firing accuracy, size strength, throwing accuracy, what have you. And if you do the Ace Redemption, you could actually pick a specific unnamed soldier. So if for example, you saw this soldier's stats and really liked him, you could redeem and say, hey, give me that soldier. I don't know if you are or not, Sierra. We had so many people die on Saturday that I don't know. I'll have to check after the mission and see if you're still kicking around or not. A lot of folks died on Saturday. Brimcon, we'll get you in the fight. I won't be able to name you till after the mission is over, because we can't change names in, but we'll get you in there. For sure. More meat for the grinder. Stop it with your wing. Okay, I figured he was gonna panic, but wasn't this soldier sitting at an 82? Man. Well, that's the thing, Brimcon. That's what I always use is the username. Because it helps me keep track of everybody. Because otherwise it's too hard because if you die and then, you know, you redeem and I don't remember what the name was, or you die and the name doesn't match your username, so I forget who you were. I gotta go by username, it's the easiest way. That guy's got a heavy plasma, but he's also got a target on his back. Let's do that with a sniper, actually. There we go. He's got a target on his hip, not really his back. So I'm not seeing any movement in these caves. It doesn't mean they're empty, it just means that I'm not seeing it. Alright, he's gonna have to go in here and search this. Okay, I need vision closer to the ship right now, but everyone's getting so damn targeted. Alright, pick up your gun and stand up. Next turn, I'm going to need you to move forward. Filomena Ramos, 81 size strength. You should be okay. George Schultz with an 80. Shouldn't have panicked. Obviously did. Pick up your gun. Drop these. I need to make better layouts when I know I'm facing ethereals and just ditch the grenades on anyone who's not, like, top tier size strength, because I'm just going to drop them anyway so they don't grenade my people. Alright, now, Bib. Let's say we start having some fun. There's the door. Is it 3 or 4 to the center? I want to say it's 4. Yeah, that's lined up with the door. Okay. Don't expect that to kill anything, but I'm chewing a hole through so I can launch a bomb inside now. And since there's a central lift that goes all the way down, I can get a bomb technically anywhere inside. Mainly a way that I do things when I streamed and took names or did my Let's Plays on an ever so popular anonymous image board. Every name was unique. That's fair. We may do something like that in the future, but for now it's just the easiest way for me to keep track because, and I'm very thankful for this, we've had dozens of people get named. So, you know, there was a point before we lost a bunch of soldiers on Saturday where we have, you know, 3 full Thunders all named, so that's 17 soldiers per ship, all named for viewers, and then we also had a handful of people who were wounded that were named, so it's hard to keep track of, so we just go with the username for now. In the future, especially when I do the new comms, because the soldiers are so much more unique there, I may allow, and likely will allow people to do something like their username, or if they want to specify a specific nickname, they may have the option to do that. But we'll see. I'm just going to try to beat this mod first. Because I still don't know if I will. That's the great thing about Iron Man. You can still always just lose it on Sidonia. Human beef. Yeah. Not a sectoid. Yep. For sure, it can definitely create some interesting and fun stuff. Yeah, that soldier's gonna die. That one up on that hill. There's no way they live through this as far as I can tell. Not at this point. Okay. Well, I picked his gun up and then he lost it again. It is what it is. That's a sword, so I'm guessing... Sorry, my Twitch dashboard over here is acting up. Okay. Made those soldiers memorable, for sure. I could definitely see that. I tend to remember the unique, or like the names that the game gives to the soldiers more than I necessarily remember viewers. And what I mean by that is, if a viewer's on their 4th or 5th clone, I don't remember the stats of clones 1 through 4 generally as well. But Marcella Lucio, for example, if they're a good soldier and they die, which they are a great soldier right now, I'll remember their name because it's unique because the game assigned it. Like our best soldier in this run so far was Visera Vasileva, who died to a blaster bomb shot. And just stands out as being such an incredible character. Now, at the same exact moment, Haynes, our commander, who is named after a viewer, died in the same blaster bomb. But Haynes has a new soldier named after him who's growing up in the ranks as well, so if his first one hadn't been such a standout, I wouldn't remember its stats. But that's just me. But yeah, it's definitely something we'll, you know, we might do in the future. Let's see here. Not there. Make sure I'm centered here again. 3, 4. Sure. Nav consoles. That killed at least 2, so I'm going to count 2 on the ticker. Did I count this guy? I don't remember if I did or not, but that killed at least 2 in there, and I don't care about the nav consoles right now. There's plenty of ships for me to get, you know, componentry from, so I don't really care about blowing up a little bit at the moment. And honestly, I think a lot of those soldiers stick out to the other viewers as well. They remember some of our standouts. But if we, you know, were to give them unique nicknames, it's entirely likely, possible, if not likely, that we would remember those names just as well, like you do for the ones that were on your run. But I remember the names of our, you know, the last 6 or 8 soldiers that survived our TFTD run, you know, that were in Teleth. Hugo Machado was the big one because he got downed 3 times in that mission. He got knocked unconscious, and he made it to the final, you know, room. Arcadicus, that was a unique name that the game assigned. His last name, I cannot remember because his first name was just too cool, so that's what I remember. We had a new captain, because captain is the top rank in TFTD. He got assigned captain right before the final mission because the other captain died. And his name... Oh, well, if I think about it, I'll remember it. We did have a couple named soldiers after players because we had just started to do naming right at the end of our Terror from the Deep run. So I want to say the captain might have been Jat, who is a regular viewer here, and might even be lurking, as they often are. It was a fun run. But yeah, Hugo's the one that stands out because he got down 3 times. And I thought he was completely dead. And then I lost 2 soldiers and my numbers were cut down really low. And I walked over to where I thought his dead body was to pick up his med kit. And it said he, you know, it was his name instead of corpse. And I was like, oh my god, he's still alive. And we spent like 6 turns pumping stimulants into him to get him up. He'd been knocked out by a thermal shock launcher. So he had a ton of stun damage built up on him. And then he gets up, we make it into the final room, and he gets hit by a hallucinoid and gets dropped again, but doesn't die. So, Mumbles with the hydrate. We can definitely do that. Thank you all. That goes for you guys as well. Stay hydrated, stay happy and healthy, and thank you for enjoying the stream tonight. Or at least I hope you're enjoying it. Thank you for being here. And I need the hydration because it's 100-something degrees out here, even at, what, 11 o'clock at night. It was 113 here today. 113 Fahrenheit, so 45 C for everyone else in the world. It was hot. It was really hot. Do we have an angle to hit that guy from here? I bet you do, actually, Pythons. Come on, Pythons, pull off a beauty here. That's a blaster launcher. Yeah, it was toasty here today. Very toasty. But to be fair, and I'm relatively used to it, I've lived around this area for a lot of my life. Once you pass about 105 Fahrenheit, everything else just feels as hot. Like, it takes a while before it gets to, like, it feeling hotter. It all just feels hot as hell. Yeah, I mean, it just feels super hot, so there's not like a big visceral immediate difference between 105 and 110. They both just feel super freaking hot. At least to me, and I was talking about that with some of my coworkers today. I was like, at a point, it's just hot. Like, it's like too hot. Stop quantifying it. Okay, he's got a blaster launcher, and I've shot him twice now. I'd really like if he'd die with that blaster launcher in his hand. I'm not going to have an aim shot here. I'm 1 time unit short, 2, because I have to turn. Hit the wall, of course. I'm not going to blaster bomb a single freaking ethereal either. Although he does have a blaster bomb, so maybe I should. I did work at a foundry where the furnace melted aluminum and brass and opened that. It felt like your body was inside an oven, but that was in burst. Furnace is probably 2,000 degrees inside. Yeah, I could. That's insane, you know. That's a whole different level of temperature. Okay, maybe he didn't have a blaster launcher. That was actually just a sniper rifle. That's weird. Am I seriously gonna have to scout this corner first? I guess I am. I mean, we've already started. Didn't kill anybody? That sucks. Blaster bombs are not buildable in this mod either. You can't make them, so they are technically a limited quantity in that you can only use what you get off the aliens, but we've got hundreds of them at this point because we're so late in the game. I've only been able to use them for a short while in game, so we got plenty. Weird stuff was working in winter, sweating your boys off inside, then going out inside the snow and steaming. Yeah, like some guy from Dragon Ball. Yeah, because you're really hot at that point. Like, your body's super heated. Humans using tech we don't understand, that never happens. Shut up, Zarnia. We understand everything we use, and we use it responsibly all the time. What are you talking about? Seriously? Come on. As if. Like we would ever irresponsibly use something we don't fully understand. Scumbag. Hey! That's mean! It's entirely true, though. I knew there would be one down here. I knew it! Filomena Ramos. Say goodbye to the scumbag. You thought! See, that's why I have to scout it. Can't just leave my soldiers standing in the back. They got work to do. Okay, Union probably can't make this shot without really risking my soldier, because that's a shotgun. This is still a risky shot. George said no risk to that shot, except to the scumbag. There's a lot of risk to him. I really think that me blaster bombing the inside of the ship scared them into starting to come outside. They were like, oh, well, if he's going to do that, we might as well get outside and spread out. They weren't exactly spread out, though. Oh my god, it's a beautiful thing. When the scumbags are falling. So snapshot's 15. He'll just stand there and hopefully he doesn't die. He's not a great soldier. He's got good size strength. Everything else is mediocre. So if he dies, oh well. I'm not going to cry about it. I'll smoke between him and the door. Smoked the drone. This guy's scouting the caves. Okay. 14. That's at least half of the scumbags eliminated. Ethereal soldier has panicked. That's what we like to see. Where are you going? What's up, man? Where are you off to? Where do you think you're... Okay, I should shoot with someone further back. Not because I care about... I don't think this guy has reaction time units. But I still need the guy at the front to be able to scout some. And I should definitely spread these people out just a bit more. Kneel, shoot, dead. You had a sniper rifle. How'd that work out for you? Did you get to snipe anything? I'm gonna be lazy and call that clear back there, because I'm almost positive it is. And I want to see what I'm dealing with. I meant to stop. I right-clicked to stop this when it was at 11 time units so that I could scan, and I moved too far. Okay, so nothing in this cave. We'll go search this one. Is there even a cave over here? No, it's just a corner. Alright, well, we'll search it. I do need to throw a smoke onto that soldier. Otherwise, he will get blaster bombed. And the aliens will blaster bomb a single soldier. They don't give a damn. Which is fine, because I'm blaster bombing the crap out of their ship right now. You know what? I'm gonna go this way. Lost a waypoint, it just took off into the ether. Oh, at least it didn't take off into any soldiers. Aliens can make more blaster bombs, though? Yes, they can. But they ain't gonna get a chance to use them. They had their opportunities. I don't really want to lose this soldier. They do have great firing accuracy, but they're low size strength, so they ran up on their own, and I need a scout. And that's how they were nominated for that position. Okay. This is where it gets dangerous. Okay, it's a single lift. Sometimes this is a lift that covers the 3x3. Sometimes it's a single lift like this. I want to move soldiers up towards this ship, but we have such low size strength on some... Well, they're at least affected, even if they're not low size strength. But, and so the closer they get, the more likely they are to get taken out. Let's get dangerous. Darkwing Duck. I remember watching that cartoon a little bit as a kid. Not a ton, but enough that I remember it. What about you guys? What shows do you remember from when you were kids? You bitch! Seriously? I knew I should have put your shotgun on the damn ground. Who died? Okay, it wasn't Senpai, who I knew was one of the... Was that my other sniper? No, because this is Gutierrez. Well, I don't know who it was, but... Damn it. And just to refresh, this is a soldier with an 82 size strength at more than a 10 20 tile difference. Like, the closest alien to her would be standing right there. That's 1, 2, those technically that's 3, 4.5, 6, 7, you know, it's at least 15 tiles away. If you're in the base game with an 82 size strength and you're 15 tiles away, there's no way they're berserking you. So, I still think that needs to be adjusted. Ghostbusters top 80s cartoon entertainment. Okay. 80s is on just the other side for me. I caught some cartoons from the 80s that were still on, but I'm technically born in the 80s, but towards the later part of the 80s. So I remember mostly 90s cartoons from my childhood. Same here, but US shows arrived a few years later in many European countries. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. So you'll be familiar with when you first saw them. So I don't remember the Ghostbusters cartoon much. To be honest, I'm not that big a fan of Ghostbusters anyway. I know nerd culture kind of really loves the Ghostbusters, particularly like the movies, but not my biggest thing. G.I. Joe and Transformers, those I do remember. For sure. Quite a bit. One cartoon that was definitely ahead of its time as far as... It certainly wasn't an adult cartoon, but it was darker for its, you know, than a kid's cartoon generally was. But it only ran for 13 episodes, and it really sucked. But Pirates of Darkwater was so damn good, but it got cut short because of a whole bunch of disputes between the creator and, you know, money and this, that, and the other. Such an amazing little cartoon for the 13 or 11 episodes, whatever it was that it ran. That's one that I remember. Watched the Transformers cartoon 7 years ago. Holds up a lot worse than I remember. Well, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Wow, he did spot one. Okay, glad I moved a little bit. Can't believe she shot somebody. I mean, I can. It happened, so I believe it, but... Die! Are you overweight? No. Why are you out of time units? Pirates of Darkwater is a great show. Did you catch Exo Squad? That was pretty dark for a kids' cartoon. It sounds familiar, but I don't remember it. Another one that was not necessarily a dark cartoon, but had a really dark character in it, was Mighty Max, which was based off of a kid's toy as well. But, so Mighty Max had, like, the kid, the main character, Max, transported into, like, an alternate fantasy world based around the toys that he played with. And the main character who, like, the main sidekick to him was a big burly guy. And I can't remember the guy's name off the top of my head. And it's going to drive me crazy until I do. But he was like a mercenary soldier who helped the kid out and kept him safe in this world. But he had, like, the most tragically horrifying backstory for a kid's cartoon. Like, his wife and kid had been murdered by bandits and burned alive or something. Like, it was horrible stuff to put in a kid's cartoon. And it's, like, talked about in multiple episodes. But that was another one I remember. And then one that I remember that was a straight knockoff of the Ninja Turtles was Street Sharks. Rollerblading anthropomorphic sharks that fought dinosaurs. Norman. That might have been it, Sierra. If it wasn't Norman, it was very close to Norman. Gargoyles. Yes. Also surprisingly dark and serious for a kid's cartoon. Yes. Goliath was such a well-written character in Gargoyles. I had a bunch of the Gargoyles toys as well. Like a ton of the action figures. That guy didn't have a weapon in his hand? I wonder if he panicked at some point. But yeah, Mighty Max, that was an interesting one. And it used to come on at the same time as the Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon. I used to catch those before school when I was in about 3rd or 4th grade, I want to say. Something like that. Classic Disney. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, there was some definite darkness in Gargoyles. Well, shit, I don't know if I should have you all standing here. This psychopath over here might kill you all. There's not much I can do but hit the end turn button, though. Like, they keep going berserk. We're getting... I can't drop their guns, so... Not till next turn, hopefully. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Now, he may be closer to the aliens, but he has a 91 size strength and a 40 bravery. In the base game, 91 size strength isn't getting psi affected very often, if at all. Now, you could argue he's only been affected once, but that still feels kind of no to me. Maybe I'm just spoiled, though. Yeah, I figured you guys would start coming out at some point. Animated spawn. Can't say I watched it myself. I'm gonna have to add a misclick counter because I'm doing it a lot. And my count is probably... My scumbag counter is probably way off. Although we haven't been killing that many aliens. So maybe it's accurate. Alright, so I hit this hallway and I hit this hallway, but they congregate in these wings on the sides, but there's doors usually. Well, there's no door there, so it looks like I could... There's a door there. Okay. That's fair, Sierra. So it was as dark as it was probably expected to be. Sure. Why not? Invader Zim I remember, but didn't watch very much. I do remember watching some of it, but it was never one that resonated with me a great deal. Trying to think of what other ones stood out to me. Oh, the Mega Man cartoon. I remember when it came on for a while. I enjoyed that because I've always been a huge Mega Man fan. I was just saying the Sonic the Hedgehog one came on around the same time as Mighty Max, so I caught that in the mornings. I didn't really like it that much. It was okay, but I was waiting for Mighty Max to start. So I'd usually catch the last like 8 or 10 minutes of the Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon. And see, this is a soldier with a 75 size strength who's a lot closer, fairly close to the ship compared to this guy with a 91. So you'd think they'd target the 75, but... Video game cartoons, Super Mario Brothers, Super Show, and The Legend of Zelda. I remember the Legend of Zelda one. Let's give this guy Vasquez a TV show. What else has he done? Well, a comic called Johnny the Homicidal Mania back in... Yeah. Yeah. Limburger, Captain N. Doesn't ring a bell with me. Might resonate with someone else. Or it might be, you know, in a different area. Alright, did you get your wits back about you? You open a door and shoot someone? Captain N the Game Master. Interesting. Yeah, doesn't ring a bell with me, but it obviously did with somebody else. Being an American kid, I remember the Captain America, or the Captain Planet cartoon. I know that it was American-based. I don't know if it was, you know, if it was shown anywhere else, but that was an interesting one. I don't know if I would say it was good, but... Mega Man was a supporting character in it. Oh, okay. I'm surprised I hadn't heard of it, but, you know, even I don't hear of everything. In fact, that's quite common that I don't. Okay, we're gonna get blaster bombed here soon, I feel like. Oh, who am I on? I'm on this guy still. It's not what I meant to be on. Running out of smoke, Grenades! Never really fun today. Can you drop stuff? Thank you. I don't need you killing anyone else on the team, damn it. That was not cool. I just smoked them like a turn ago, so they should be fine. Wow, I had Olsen sitting here this whole time off the edge and forgot they were there. It obviously hasn't made any difference, but we've killed everything we've seen, but... Alright, I'm gonna start sending the drone in next turn. Find out who's left inside. That one is over here, coming towards this door. If we hear a single door from the aliens, we'll hear a door close. Oh, that's the guy I was talking about. He ain't going out the door because he went berserk. I wrecked this place a little bit with some blaster bombs. Oh, damn, I blew up the power supply because there was no wall there. That's unfortunate. That cost me a little bit. This guy has a blaster bomb. I don't have any more blaster bombs to fire in, so... Oh, we did get one guy up here, which we knew we got one. I thought I got two. There might be two in that same spot. So I got 3 and then 4. That might be all 4 that are left. Yeah, normally there's a wall here, so I didn't think I got all the way to the end and blew up the power supply, but... Oh, that's a corpse. I was like, what is that? It's an ethereal corpse that's in shadow. I blew up this. Man, yeah, blaster bombs didn't do a whole lot here to the center. Or else we killed some and then blew their bodies up. This guy's got a blaster bomb. That guy's got a heavy plasma. I can see the edge of it, and he's got a heavy plasma. Well, that sucks. Asshole. From here, he should be able to crouch and see this guy. This guy shot twice, but he still has reactions. That ain't gonna do it. I'm thinking Ahmed here might be dead. Or, yeah, Ahmed is his name, in fact. Ahmed might be dead. Because they could walk out that door and shoot him in the back now. If they come out the bottom. But it seems like they're more content to stand there and keep doing their mind shenaniganry. Okay, he's not seeing anyone on a crouch. I'm out of drones, so I'm either waiting for all the aliens to come out, or I have to go into the ship. Plus and minus to both. You know, going inside means getting super close, risking psionic attacks, and there's a blaster bomb in there. Alright, that's all snipers. Okay, you've got a 91 size strength. I'm gonna need you to start moving up. It's in the highest size strengths I've got towards the craft, the non-snipers. I think Union was low because we dropped his gun earlier. 83. 89. Move up. Oh, what do we see? There he is. Can't tell what weapon he has. Don't really care because he's going to die to Olsen. Heavy plasma dead. Alright. Gutierrez is a sniper, so I don't need to check, even though I did. Python's only has a 74. That's a bit low. $80... 81? Used to be 80 was fine, but that's not the case anymore. Alright. I'm gonna have to risk some good folks here. To a degree, but... Olsen has an 86 and a shotgun. There was also the Legend of Zelda animated series. I remember the Legend of Zelda one. I remember the Super Mario one, but I don't remember watching it that much. But the Legend of Zelda one, I remember. I also remember owning quite a few Legend of Zelda books as a kid, which were really cool. Love Legend of Zelda. I wish there were more Legend of Zelda games that were higher difficulty. Like, they're great for a casual play, but it's rare that I sit down and get to play a game casually anymore. This is pretty much the best I get, and I love it. Being able to play this is awesome, especially for you guys. And introducing these games to new people and chatting with people about stuff like this. You know, stuff we remember from our childhood, which is just super cool. Especially because from people, you know, we've got people from all over the world. So we obviously, a lot of us, you know, saw different shows or different things at different times, you know. I really like it. It's been really cool to meet people from all over the world and through the medium of an awesome game like XCOM. Ethereal Soldier was panicked. I said he was probably dead. Oh, come on! That's frustrating. The one turn I move them forward, they suddenly get shot by someone. That was one of my snipers. One of my good snipers. You've got to be kidding me, game. I'm pretty sure it's that one scumbag killed like 2 people and shot another one. Asshole. I don't have that many good snipers left, you pain in the ass game. You got a scout, dude. I don't care about you. You're a rookie, and I need to find these people. Aliens. Wow, you all panicked? Jesus. Nobody keep their wits? Glad we didn't get blaster bombed, because obviously they had vision of us. This is why lab ships are such a pain. Especially with ethereals. Like, the only easy lab ship we've ever taken out was freaking floaters. Saw a good majority of the televised 80s, 90s shows since I grew up around that era. For sure. That makes sense. Was 2 old guys rapping? Yeah, I remember that, Zarnia. That does stand out in the mind. Who did I just lose? It wasn't Olzin, it was the other soldier that I just moved up. It doesn't matter. Are you kidding me? Good. Useless soldier anyway. That blew up gear. That's the only thing that bothers me about that, is that it blew up equipment. It makes me think that guy was outside the ship, and I guess I just didn't scout him. I still have a soldier back here, don't I, who I never moved back up. That was lazy on my part. Oh, come on. You and your blaster bomb can F off, man. I'm not doing that. I think that's that soldier that I'm seeing on the motion scanner. I'm guessing. And you're gonna die because you panicked, and I don't have a smoke grenade. I don't think that I can get on you. Oh, I guess I do. G.I. Joe, yep. I caught some of G.I. Joe. Never really got into it too much. I guess I didn't watch that much TV as a kid, or I don't remember that much of it as from when I was a kid. Or at least not liking that much of it. Maybe that's more accurate. That also means that guy from there had vision to chuck a grenade there, so we were thin on smoke. This mission is just dragging out, because these scumbags just... It's only turn 14, though. Well, that soldier got hit 3 times. Union, again, getting hit. How do you not see anything? Useless. So Union definitely has at least 1 fatal wound. No, he doesn't have any fatal wounds, so healing him can't heal the wound, which means we can't heal his health. which is unfortunate, but that means he won't be wounded for very long. Don't let a fire. Whatever. I just switched Olsen to a shotgun, too, off his sniper. Wow, okay. So, we definitely had some losses there that sucked, but it's a very large ship with 28 aliens, I guess. You know, you're gonna take some losses, so... Alright. Size strength, 6 on Union, 6 on Sungmin Gon, 3 on Schultz. Everyone else who got raises died. Alright, who was the sniper that died? Okay, it was just one of these squatties. Okay, so I lost 4 soldiers and none of them were named, and they were all relatively new. I'm thinking this is the guy that I thought was a sniper that died. And I'm glad he didn't, so... I'm surprised we never saw a battleship for that base. Sectoid Elite? Haven't seen Sectoid Elites in a while. Let's get back. We're going to take out this very small, and then we'll sell off from that mission, and I'm going to have to buy more soldiers. But, yeah, I'm glad we were able to do that lab ship, because we obviously are low on money. We're at under $1 million. But we should get quite a bit. I'll sell the power supply. I don't need it right now, because I'm not building an Avenger anytime soon. Nope. Blaster launchers. Some heavy plasmas to sell. 2 of each of those, and some swords. So 2 million. That's not bad. Can you check to see if I'm dead when you get a chance? I absolutely can. A lot of people have died recently, so it might be hard to see. Sierra Echo II died on Saturday. You were probably in one of the base assaults that went sideways. Well, Union, they took 22 million of it at the end of the month for the funding, or for the deficit of our maintenance, and then we spent the rest of the 8 mil by building armor and hiring new soldiers. So yeah, money goes quick round here. Very quick. Sierra will get you in there. The answer is in the question itself, blow. No. Oh, wait, no. Wait, which space is this? Yes, this space can sell some. Okay, so we got a little bit of cash. The only energy source that can possibly provide heat to this maybe basis is literally burning millions of cash. Yeah. Maintenance was 22 million, Union. Yeah, that was the big one. Maintenance was a big chunk of our cash. Alright, Sierra. I'm not going to give you someone with crap size strength again. I need to give you someone with a size strength that, you know, isn't garbage. Probably going to be a rookie, because most of my soldiers are rookies right now. I shouldn't keep a 47, but these stats are amazing. We talked about that already. 100 size strength, Sierra. No more snack fridge for you. And I do apologize, Brimcon. I know you enlisted about 45 minutes ago, but that mission took for... You enlisted right at the beginning of a very large craft. So it takes a while to get through those sometimes. And obviously that one certainly took its time. Here we go. Help if I could spell, or type correctly, I should say. There we go, we got you in there. If you're still hanging out, Brimcon, thank you, and sorry it took a while, but we did get you in there. Takes a little while to get through those missions. All right, we lost soldiers here. Union is wounded for 8 days. That's okay. With 100 psi strength, I can psychically communicate with the Twinkies and make sure they're safe. Sure. Yeah, hiring soldiers was also a big, you know, cost us a lot, because I need to find quite a few decent soldiers. Because we're going to lose some more, and I need to start forming the final core group for the Avenger soon. Alright, let's see if we can see the end of the Navigator research. I am not sending a firestorm after that. Alien retaliation in Southern Africa? Go for it. Find me. I will defend myself. With blaster bombs. Yeah, because South Africa this base can defend itself. This one, I still have, South America, I need to shoot down anything looking for it. But if they want to find my other bases, have at it. Alien bases. Aliens will construct secret underground bases in remote locations. After some initial reconnaissance flights, some intense UFO activity will occur as the base is being built. These bases are known to contain experimental labs for human abductees and supplies for further activity in the region. The presence of alien bases will generate a large amount of reported alien activity without the presence of UFOs. In order to locate a base, an XCom craft must patrol an area for a few hours to stand some chance of detection. The most important thing we get from the Navigator is that. Reinforced flying suit. That's what we're looking for. It's a lab ship doing abduction in North America, which means it will land, and it will be accompanied by 2 abductors that will also land in North America. Okay, so what that tells me is I'm gonna have some missions to do when we start up tomorrow, and I'm going to be sending a bunch of rookies to fight a bunch of mutons. But we are already about 30 minutes past scheduled time, and that is going to be where I've got to call it, even though I'm having a ton of fun and wish I could keep streaming tonight. I unfortunately have work in like 6.5 hours, 7 hours. So, yeah, I'm going to take a quick look and see if any of our friends and members of the community or friends of the channel are streaming, so we can maybe get a host or a raid over. Let's see if we got any other XCOM streamers, because I'm not seeing anyone else online. Let's see if we can boost somebody's evening a little bit. Bear with me one moment, ladies and gentlemen. Don't take off just yet. I'm not seeing much. You gotta love when you look at the enemy, if anyone goes and looks at enemy unknown right now on Twitch, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 fake bot channels that are all streaming to one viewer. They're just fake channels that are, I don't know what the purpose of these is, data gathering, ID theft, I have no idea, but they just clog up all the crap. Well, I'm not seeing anybody that I can throw a raid over to right now. No members of our community, no friends of the channel. And so we're just going to go ahead and call it there. I don't have a good raid target for this evening. I always look for one if I can, try to share the love with others. But that's going to be where we call it for this evening, ladies and gentlemen and everybody else. So thank you all, each and every one of you, for hanging out tonight. It was an awesome stream. And yeah, I will be back tomorrow, same time, starting 7 p.m. Central, and going to at least 11, if not a little bit later, like we did tonight. It's coming up on 11:30. So if you enjoyed the stream and you haven't already, hit that follow button. We're live Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday nights, alternating Fridays, and every Saturday we have a nice big afternoon to evening stream. So if you're interested in XCOM and other difficult strategy games, tactical games, RPGs, all things sci-fi and fantasy, this is a great place to enjoy those things. So smack the follow button and we'll see you next time. To everybody who lurked and hung out all evening, thank you all. To all the chatters and everyone else here, you're all amazing. And we'll catch you next time right here in the Echo, where everybody has a voice. Thanks and take care.